There we go. This should be me. Yeah. Thank you so much for letting me know. We got it. We got it. Anyways, I found the unseen and unsaid place by manner of recommendation. Okay, cool. I'm not technically, Biley, I'm not technically allowed to engage in the, well, I need to read the fine print closer. I don't think, so you see how I'm showing the chat over there? I think I can only show Twitch chat over there, according to their terms of service, or in EULA. I think I can still talk to the other chat, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But I'm positive I can't show it. So I'm positive on that. Milk Scones, well, thanks for being here. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to be trying to stream to both. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt to get it set up. And then there's the weirdness with the chat. If I can get both chats in one place, then I'll do that. Actually, let me see if I can I does Chatty support multiple accounts? I don't know that it does. If I can blend them together, that would be best. If they won't let me talk to it directly, then I'll the chat that I cannot name. Then what I'll do is I'll be like, well, if somebody theoretically asked a question like, maybe I'd do something like that. So, how do we? Yeah, I got to figure out how to have like a mixed chat somewhere. All right. Okay, so yeah, we're working on camera rotation. We're snapping the rotation to the corners. So we're integrating, we're adding mouse control to the game right now. We're trying to get ready for a public playtest on Friday, Milk. So that's what we're trying to get ready for. So just like trying to polish what we have and make sure that's right. Yeah, it seems good. That seems right. Looks so, yeah, let me show you the game. So if we move our guy here. So this stage is a clone of a Final Fantasy Tactics stage. Uh-oh. Mouse cursor issues. Oh, no, we got to wrap the cursor. Oh, boy. So doing this... oh, shit. It's not over yet with the mouse rotation, guys. Oh, no. You guys don't even see the problem. I can't even show you the problem. But we got AI going and all that kind of cool stuff. But this stage is a clone of a Final Fantasy Tactics stage. The more wrapping, the bigger the bugs are. Yeah. Trying to make it look pretty. Or not make it look pretty, but all the features I've just neglected to add. Ugh. Okay. Why is Hella so beat up? Oh, it's the wrong shoot. I've crawled my way out of game development hell myself, and I can say that those little tweaks at the end, when you've got something that works 85% of the time, is most painstaking out of production. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and this is funny because this is just the prototype. But it's just like, well, if I'm going to put... The thing that I worry about with like the prototype is like people are going to be playtesting it. They're going to be looking for problems. And I don't want them opening up, like spending their time to tell me about something I already know is broken. So I'm of the mind like, well, I might as well try and get as much as I can fixed before I put it in people's hands, just so that when they tell me something's broken, it's something I don't know about. If that makes sense. So thank you for the follow. So now we have a bug. Just so doing this, and now there's a bug. And the bug is cursor movement. How do I describe this? When using mouse rotation, cursor and switching and keyboard / controller cursor movement, the cursor can get offset when the orientation I guess that's the best I can do to describe it. But basically the problem is that if we manually rotate, so if we do like a Q or an E rotation on the keyboard, for instance, or the shoulder buttons on the controller, we're fine. Because each time we do a rotation, we are telling the game the direction that the cursor moves on the cardinals changes, like a relative change. And this is just me not knowing the math well enough. So now if we do this, though, there's nothing to tell the game that, hey, when you move the cursor around with the controller, north is this way, south is this way, and so on. And it should be as simple as somehow basing it around the position of the orientation of the camera. I'm just too dumb to do it that way. So what I do is when we rotate, I just manually say, here's the cardinals now. Which obviously isn't going to work for the mouse rotation. So, shoot. Crap. So this is, let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about. Where is it? So this is what I'm talking about. So basically when we rotate clockwise or counterclockwise with a button press, we just say we're rotating, we rotate 90 degrees in whatever direction we're saying to rotate in, clockwise or counterclockwise. And then we take this thing called rotation compass for, which is just for cardinal directions. And then we just say, set our current rotation to the correct, like, flip. I don't know what to call it. So that the up and down and left and right arrows act the same every time we rotate. Now, the way we should be doing this, I think the way that we want to be doing this is, and the reason why I have to do it this way is because for whatever reason, and this is something Colin was talking about, for whatever reason, when we rotate manually, let me show you. I'll show you in the inspector. And again, this is just because I'm an idiot when it comes to math, right? So probably not the best idea to be making a 3D video game if you can't do math. Probably a bad idea. So here's our camera gimbal thingy. So we're at 90 degrees right now. You can see it right here on the Y. If I choose to rotate, get the 180, 270, and then watch this. 360, and then, oh, it just keeps going. It just keeps going. I would say making a 3D train game would be either, oh, Woogie. You're right about that, though, actually. So, If we wrapped around 360, then we would just test the degrees that we're at. So the problem is that 0 degrees. Let me see if I can fix this, because that's what we want to do. Using an engine. You don't need to. Oh, that's if you're doing everything the way the engine wants you to do it. That's true. And then the minute you're not, you throw all that out the window. You took my candy. I've been thinking about the game. Don't worry, it's still in my mind. Okay, so if this is the math here, we're going to try and figure this out, boys. So the way that we have to fix this, the only way that I can think to fix this is when the camera rotation is happening and we end up going back, we go... God bless it. This sucks. Monkeys. It sucks. This sucks monkey poo. Ah! All right. Did we miss an ad? Did I miss an ad? No, we got one coming up. Okay. It sucks monkeys. I don't even know what that means. I hope I didn't say something awful. I've been reading Five Little Monkeys a lot to my son, so maybe that's why I'm thinking about monkeys all of a sudden. And he's taking the wrong lesson from Five Little Monkeys. He's like, jumping in the bed is fun. And it's like, no. The point of Five Little Monkeys, my boy, is to not jump on the bed. Oh, is that a thing? Oh my God, now that sounds like it could be something bad. So in the English language, in the American English language, in the North American English language, we have a term, and it might be in I don't know. This might not just be an American thing. You know what? You know what would be fun? I have an old dictionary of American slang from like the 1960s. There's some really bad stuff in there that like nobody even says anymore, and you look at it and you're like, what the hell? But it's like it's like a dictionary of bad words basically, and it's like this big. It's crazy. We're gonna lose. But there's so many. What's crazy is the origin of some of the words are in there, where the etymology of some of that stuff I think is lost to time. And so but I remember as a kid learning what F a duck meant. I was like, whoa, F a duck. Okay. But going to the F in that dictionary was like, yeah, what's another? It was just a bunch of F word combos. Is skibbity in that book? Wouldn't that be crazy if it was? Yeah. Well, he does like WWF jump. He gets on the top. He's got a Thomas the Train bed. And so there's the engineer section, and he gets on top of that, and then he like pile drives onto his bed. Yeah, fuck a duck. Yeah. It's an expression of disbelief and surprise. So it'd be like something crazy happens, he'd be like, fuck a duck. Like that'd be how you use it. So that's at least that's the explanation in there. What's crazy about that dictionary though, is because a lot of times like this happens sometimes where it's like, oh, he's dog whistling, like some term is like horribly racist. I got news for you. In that dictionary, practically every modern turn of phrase has a racist origin. It is insane. I was reading it. I was like, holy crap. It's nuts. Just like you wouldn't even think it. Yeah, WWF was cool, and then Panda Lovers came in and took the acronym away. America was pretty big. Oh yeah, certainly less so. I'd hope identifiably less so, but the internet unfortunately is amplifying voices. F the pandas. I don't know what are we talking about pandas? I don't know what any of that is. Even okie dokie. Okie dokie is a phrase that that was one that was in there, and I was reading it and it's like, oh, and actually it has its origins in World War II. It was pilots would use that as a signal that they would say it was a, I don't even want to say it, but it is American Slang Dictionary. I think my mom still has it. It's called an American Slang Dictionary. Let me see. So it was like that. What's that modern website you can go to? Let me see if I can find it. This might be it. I think this is it. Ours didn't have the this is it. Yeah, this is it. Ours was missing the sleeve. The first major dictionary of American slang ever published. Cornhub. Urban Dictionary, yeah. Food and liquor, Army, Navy, Air Force, movies, theater, the underworld, baseball, football, circus, carnival life, high school, college life, horse racing, gambling, jazz, and sex. Yeah, it was interesting. Anyways, it made me less inclined. Like, I try not to use turn of phrase too much, because turn of phrase generally has some origin that I'm not aware of. And so I get a little concerned, or I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, but they have to be let to become benign. The problem is if you have a generation that like still can kind of remember some origins of something, and they attribute malice to somebody who says something out of ignorance. The question is, do you teach them the malice, or do you let the ignorance grow? And I would favor ignorance over implying that somebody is saying something that they're very clearly not. But then you can tell sometimes when people are trying to do that. And so it's a tricky thing. Okay. So here's the way I'm imagining this. So let me see if I can fix this. What we want to do is we want to wrap the rotation. Is there a place we can test some C# code? Let's see. I just want to write it and then give it some inputs and see. Here we go. Float wrapped equals yeah, it just depends. But if we don't let things go to time, that's okay. This C#'s got to have just a wrap function, right? Or do I use modulus? I just use modulus, right? So if I wrap a number, how does that work if it's greater than, though? Yeah, I don't know. So let's try 90 wrap 360 modulus wrapped. Hello world. Wrapped. Oh, that sample reminds me of Kung Pao so much. Run. Unexpected character. And the okay. Ah, why? I guess I don't need to run save. Debug. It does not like that, so we'll just say wrapped. Okay. Console. Come on, buddy. Give me something. There we go. 90. So if we wrap at 360, we don't want to wrap at 360 because we go to 0. Is it really that simple where I just say a little bit more than... See, that's weird because I want to... I guess it is 361. Is that really... But does that mean I can do something like 0.5? Cast. Yes, I am. F. Run. See, now I can do a fraction. So if I do 360 exactly, it wraps to 0 when we get to 360. It's camera angle 360. Are you sure, though? Because if we wrap to... Because here's what... Let me show you what happens. Just ask Jacob. Because here's what happens. Let me show you what happens. Now, we're actually over here. 100% sure. Okay, so let me show you what happens when I do that, though. This is, I get something weird. Yank it. Yank it. Yank it real good. Float, rotate Y equals camera rotation degrees Y plus this modulus 360. No scope. Yeah, that'll hurt. Right. I feel like after I finish tweening, I actually need to clamp the value after that. Yeah, that's my problem. So do I, after I finish tweening, then I go, okay, what is it now? And then we just say, okay, it's actually this, and it would be the exact same orientation. Is that what I want to do? So it would be like this rotates Y equals camera rotation or camera rotation degrees Y equals camera rotation degrees point Y modulus 360. So after the tween happens, I think I did that's the same problem. Never mind me. All right, we'll try this where we say we just after the tween happens, so this tween will happen, and then we just immediately say, okay, rotation degrees Y equals rotation degrees Y modulus 360. And so it'll do the tween, and then it'll snap it to that, and it'll be the exact same spot, just snapped, right? Does that seem like a possibility here? I feel like it's possible. Or can I not do degrees? Can I do pi? Can I do just pi and then instead of degrees, just rotation? So it's just rotation Y pi. How does that work? Pi does not exist in the 2 pi. That's pi or tau. You guys are just making shit up. Math F pi. These are you're like, I bet I could get him to type this. You guys are all in like a Discord chat together, like a voice chat, being like, okay, tell him to do this. Like that prank show guys, that 3 guys that. Only club members. Okay. Float. Wait, we have a float. Tau. What is this from? Where are you coming from? That's 6.28. All right, we'll try it. That seems made up. Everything in math just seems like a bunch of people were like 2 pi or bust. Let's see. 2 pi. Is that like Tupac? There's Atan 2 pi. Tau. Pi. Positive infinity. This is just made up bullshit. You guys are just making shit up. Tau equals 2 times. Okay. We'll try tau. I'm not a Taoist myself. We'll try Tao. mathf.pi was unity. All right. Well, float tau is Tao. Float Tao, right? It's Taoism. That's the new math religion. All right, let's see if this works. Well, hopefully we just have normal rotation. We'll do it 4 times on the 5th time. On the 5th time or the 4th time, we'll know. Something either is just nothing changed or everything is wrong. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now let's check the actual numbers. Let's go over to the camera. And we are at 540 degrees. Well, boys, we are not doing what we'd hoped. It should clamp at 360. We shouldn't go higher than 360. Mariona says sine rotation y times absolute rotation y percent degree to rad 45. Oh, I don't know. So we're taking our current, so sine, whatever it is, plus or minus the absolute value of rotation y, wrapping it around 45, and then multiplying. So we just want to make sure that as we rotate that this number here, the y that we're rotating around, doesn't grow beyond 360. That's what I'm trying to get set up. But if we're doing it on a tween, it gets a little weird because we need to set that value after the tween finishes. And I thought that's what this is doing, but it's very possible that we're not, like, this is not setting. Oh, you know what? It's on this and not camera. Hang on. We're setting the wrong thing. Camera. Hold on now. There's still some meat on those bones. Hold on now. Camera. Hold on now. We might have it. Use smooth step. Tell me about smooth step. What's that about? The hell's smooth step? All right, let's try it. Rotate. Up! 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 Oh, God. So this won't let us rotate at all. It snaps it back. Smooth step. All right. In the past 10 minutes, your chat has made up like 50 words. I know, this is like the end of 1984. Like, the Newspeak dictionary is coming out like once a month now. Like, no. This is double plus ungood, comrade. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what you're saying. Like, well, I didn't like that. Tau was no joy. Double plus no joy. Double plus no joy. You know what I'd like to make after this? Is a Mega Man Legends style game. Is that weird? There's not enough Mega Man Legends Metroidvanias. I don't like that the tweens, you can't put tweens on scenes anymore, Woogie. That really bothers me. Oh, God. Okay, let me check Telegram. Make sure everyone's alive. I think we have a commercial coming up. Oh, no, we already had one go. My bad. Hang on, I gotta check. Oh God, I gotta open it up on stream. Ooh, let me use my phone. Oh shoot, yeah. Okay. So, Smooth Step. Let's check out Smooth Step. Finally, Godot C# 3D. Okay, we found it, boys. Okay. Smooth Step, Godot. Let's see what this is about. Oh, snap. What's going on? Becoming a usual. Thank you so much for the raid. Let's do a shout out. Let me do the official voice modulations shout out. Shout out M Audio for your audio warehousing needs. On the corner of 5th and Main. M Audio. Arga Gaming, what's up? Thank you for the raid. How's it going? How was your stream? Let me show you what's up. We're in the middle of breaking everything. But if you're not breaking everything, what are you doing with your life, right? So let me show you what we just got going. So we're working on mouse integration with the game. So we're getting ready for releasing the prototype on Friday. And right now we can do this with the mouse. We can rotate the world. Look at that. Look at that. This took a little bit of going, but it's actually really only a few lines of code. And now if we let go, like let's say we let go right here, it snaps to one of the 45s. Look at that. Snap. Whatever the closest 45 is, it snaps to. Beautiful. So that's great. 104.5 with 45 minutes of music, of constant music with ads. Yeah. Yeah, so we just got that going. We got a list of things we need to do. You want smooth step or Fmod? I am confused. Well, no, so the Gmod is better since it's right after F. Who's a beginner? Raise your hands. F-Lite is like mod % but for floats. I gotcha. Okay, we can do that. But our problem is right now, Mariano, our problem is when we're tweening a rotation. So what happens is when we let go of the mouse, we find the closest 45-degree angle and we tween to it, right? The problem is that the cumulative number of our rotations can go beyond 360 degrees. We want to keep it within the 360 degree bounds so that we can test what corner we're at accurately or more easily, I guess, if that makes sense. And then with that information, we can properly tell the cursor where north is, not where true north is, but where relative north is in a cardinal sense. So, but we need to just be working in numbers between 0 and 360. So that's what I'm trying to figure out how to do. We can't just snap that value on a tween because then we like wrap around wrong once we get to 360. Is that making sense? Let me see. Let me check the. But thank you for the raid. Everyone, welcome. We're making a grid-based, turn-based, tactical combat RPG thingamajiggy. Oh, can I not watch the? I can't watch the. Do I have to be subscribed? Am I not following? Holy shit! What the hell? Whoa, that's embarrassing. All right, pro streamer move there. How did that happen? Oh my god! I thought I'd been to your stream though, like many times. Well, that's embarrassing. I can't watch any of the. No. So what are you working on? Is my question. She really wants subs. Greedy, dude. The subs. That's where the money's at, man. You got to play the game. We are. I see you all the time. That's why I just figured. Man, it makes a difference, and I think Twitch likes it. Your problem is you're tweening Euler angles instead of converting it to quaternion and tween the quaternion. So you tween the entire basis? Learning Fmod, writing music, hosting a music jam. Oh, nice. My daughter's going to come in here in a little bit and start playing the piano. It's part of the basis, yeah. Okay, so what you're saying is I calculate that and then I tell it to tween that. Not the entire basis. So Rotation edit mode. I gotta do my piano practice too. She's getting really good. She's doing simply piano. She's 7 years old, and it's actually incredible how much she's like learning. She's telling me about like when I was teaching her home row on the keyboard. She was like, "Oh, that's like C position or whatever." She was talking about it through the perspective of like playing the piano. I had no idea what she was talking about. I'm like, "Yeah, it's exactly like that." She's like, "It's like the space bar is the black keys," and I'm like, "Okay." I'm like, "Sure." I had no idea what she was talking about. Look at how to create a quaternion from a Euler. Then look at how to assign quaternion to basis. And use tween to assign the entire quaternion. That sounds so easy, Mariano. I mean, I come from a very large math background, as you all know. And so this won't take but a minute for me to figure out. I already read music, so I'm not doing lessons. I'm just going through and getting 3 stars and playing songs like a boss. I'm doing simply piano too. Yeah, she's at intermediate now. I don't know if that's good or bad. Is that good? Second favorite? And yeah, she can read sheet music. So it taught her how to read sheet music. It's really cool. Yeah, that's what we're at too. She wants me to start playing, so maybe I'll start playing on the stream. Yeah, it's harder when you have to animate 3 rotations independently, but thankfully that's not your case. 41 years old versus a 7-year-old. Who will win? Thank you so much for the raid, though. I need to catch your streams. Apparently, I'm not following you. I think I've said that before. You've rated me, and it's like, why haven't I been able to, like, why am I not seeing your streams? And apparently it's just because I'm an idiot. So that problem solved. I mean, here we are. I'm trying to do what I think is probably for a lot of people some simple math, and you're about to watch me suffer through this on the stream, which is lovely. Okay. Look at how to create a quaternion from a Euler. So we take the camera. Okay, let's look up Node 3D. We got this, guys. Hard problems are worth it. Hard problems are worth it. That's what we're going to tell ourselves. Quaternion. Look at how to create a quaternion from a Euler. Access to the root node as a quaternion. Tweening complex rotations. Roger that. Euler. Thank you. See, that's how you know I'm totally ignorant to this stuff. Euler. Like a mechanic. He's an oiler. That sounds like some sort of like 1912s book. Okay, so I've read a bunch of the Wizard of Oz books. And in one of them, it's clear the author is expressing, because they were written, the first one was written in like 1912 or something. Or no, the first Wizard of Oz was 1900, right? I think it was the turn of the century. But then one of them, it's when Dorothy goes back to Oz, and they have these things called the Wheelers, and it's so clearly the author's projection of his hate of vehicles, which would be really new at the time. And it's just him projecting how much he hates cars. It's really funny when you read it from that perspective. It's like, I fudging hate cars. I'm gonna make them part of the villainy in this story. The Wheelers gave me nightmares. Return to Oz. Yeah. You know, I'm so surprised that I'm gonna dip my toes slightly into something semi-political, but I am so surprised that I think it's the second Wizard of Oz, which is the one with one of them. I'm just surprised has not been turned into a movie. Oz series. Let me see if I can find it. But the one of the books is Ozma of Oz, I think is the one I'm thinking of. No, it's Marvelous Land of Oz. It's the second book. I'm so surprised that hasn't been turned into a movie today. Oh, there is a total of 11 Wizard of Oz books. The one that Second Favorite is talking about is the third Wizard of Oz book that was made into a movie by Frank Oz. And that's Ozma of Oz. Yeah. No, there was a huge series back in the day. But the second book with today, I'm just surprised because the second book is it's really interesting because it follows a little boy named Tip, and he's going on this like journey with this Jack Pumpkinhead character, and he runs into like the Tin Man and the Scarecrow, and they restore the throne of Oz, and who's like it's like this army of girls. But the ending of that is that Tip was actually had been in order to hide Ozma. Tip's like father figure, I guess you could say, transformed him into a boy. And then at the end of the book, he transitions back into a girl again. And there's this conversation about it and all this stuff. And it's like totally like what would be considered now like a super progressive like message from a book written in 1904. And it's just really weird to me that like it hasn't been like it's just strange to me. Like it feels like it's like right now. Yeah, because he gets asked by one of the characters, he's like, what is it like to be, you know, and he just says, well, or she says like, that's who I am. Like, it's not weird at all. Yeah, it's really fascinating from a book that old. I remember reading it to my daughter. I was like, wow, this is really fascinating. But then there's a bunch of really bad stuff in the books too that are like, people could say that certain things are like placeholders for other bad things. But I don't know. There's the whole theory about the first book being this like really complicated commentary on like politics of the time. The yellow brick road being a symbol for a bunch of stuff and everything. And the author like had denied it his whole life. But yeah, the books are really interesting. Ozma of Oz is a really interesting one as well. That's when Dorothy goes back. But yeah, the movie is terrifying. The movie is Return to Oz is terrifying movie. It's like about electroshock therapy and all this really crazy stuff. Yeah, it's freely available. You can get it on this is it right here, Marvelous Land of Oz. I spoiled the book. I'm sorry. But I also think that it's kind of a shame that it's not talked about right now because it feels like it would be ripe for something. It's in public domain, so you can get it on Gutenberg. I can send you a link to download it right now. Here it is on the Gutenberg. With all the old illustrations and everything too. I don't know where you go to download it from here though. But here's a link to it. TikTok of Oz. Yeah, there's a TikTok. Is there? Yep. Is there a TikTok of Oz? Yep, TikTok of Oz. Is he a time traveler? But we got to what one did we get to? I think we got to the Road of Oz or the Emerald City of Oz, and then it got really scary for my daughter. Well, in the Frank Oz movie, it was more for Ozma was already Ozma. They didn't even address it. Are there different characters? Yeah, the books follow a bunch of different things. And they're really, really imaginative. I really find the 1900s books were at this weird point in time where authors were really starting to get really imaginative, like the Mars books. They did really weirdly like psychedelic things with like plants, humanoid things, and like really just crazy ideas because it'd never been done before, and it wasn't like we are now where everything's been recycled so much. So there's like these really, really imaginative ideas. But there's a lot of like, it's of its era, if you know what I mean. They were all on drugs. Dude, I mean, they were drinking from metal and getting... Yeah, this is one of the Wheelers. Yeah. Yeah, these guys were terrifying. Oh, and then the heads. Yeah, one of the characters was collecting people's heads. Or she would change her head. Yeah, this is from the movie. This movie's nuts. It's on Disney. It was 1980s. Yeah, no, the movie's nuts. The movie is nuts. The electroshock part is like terrifying, and you're pretty sure she dies. Like you're like, there's no way she lived. Yeah, this was by Frank Oz, the guy who made he directed Little Shop of Horrors, the 1980s one. Return to Oz movie. Let's see if we can. I recognize the robot. Yeah, look at this. It does look like this. Totally looks AI generated, but this is really a movie. I promise this is a real movie. Yeah, look at this. It's insane. There's Jack. Yeah, no, it was weird. There's Ozma. There's the electroshock. Yeah, no, this movie's nuts. And I think the girl, she's been in some stuff. Anyways, yeah, it's cool. Never ending story. Yeah, yeah. But the Wheelers, let me see if I can find the Wheelers. These guys are terrifying. Look at this shit. Oh my God, this is like terrifying. It's pretty accurate to the book too. Yeah, they were on these like rollerblading things. This is like some weird. This was a weird movie. My daughter loved it though because we read the book, so she was prepared for it. She was like prepared for all of it. She thought it was great. She was like 4 when we watched it. What was I doing to my kids? What am I doing to my kids? Let's get back to work. All right, we're getting totally distracted right now. Oh, and Belina the rooster. Who could forget Belina? There's a little like Belina's a chicken or a hen or whatever. She's like there's a little hen. It's great. It's a great movie. It's all great. Belina's like in the books quite a bit. She's like a sassy hen. Anyways, I remember reading the book and I could feel it coming. I was like, wait a minute. And then I'm reading it. I'm like, oh my God, like this whole crazy thing that happens. Okay. Yeah, some old movies can be really strange. Okay, so I'm looking at Mariano's advice. Look at how to create a quaternion from a Euler. Okay. Euler, sorry. Godot, Euler, Euler. Okay, let's see. Problems with Euler angles. So there's a whole thing in here about it. Oh, bless it. Oh, no. From Euler. So that's what I'm dealing with, right? So that's the value that I'm getting, which is this right here. Euler's in degrees. And Euler's bad because you get gimbal lock. Can you believe we went to space and we did not know about quaternion yet, and we went to the moon? I'm pretty sure that's accurate, right? Isn't that crazy? Or at least whatever. I'm pretty sure like the tech couldn't do the other way. Is this a singleton? It's a variant, so it's a type. quaterni. He can speak. He can speak. There we go. Okay, so we have that. Maybe. So now we want to apply tween property quaternion to quaternion. Is that it? And then I don't need this. Is that it? Is that all we're talking about here? Is that it? Is that it? Seriously? Well, let's see. Oh, I'm using radians as degrees. Those are degrees. You're passing rads. Oh. Camera degrees. Well, that makes things even easier. Camera degrees. Thanks. God bless it. This game is 90% of the hard stuff of this game has been done by you guys, I swear. I always appreciate this help. I mean, this is 100% reason why you should stream, because there's going to be somebody else smarter out there watching you for Schadenfreude, and occasionally they'll help you. Okay, so we're oh shit. Uh-oh. Okay, so I'm guessing this has something to do with wrapping, right? This is definitely not right now. Okay, so what's wrong? Let's look at our camera. Let's start over. So do we have to wrap while we do this? Maybe. There's 90. That's 0. Now we're at 116. What the hell? What the hell? Huh. What happens if we go back? Wow, it's wildly inconsistent now. It was only right once. Ferris Euler strikes again. Ferris Euler. Oh my god. Yeah, it was off. We're way off. Why? Why? Can I add two quaternions together? So to print it out. Well, I can see it at runtime right here. To combine them, you do quaternion times quaternion. Okay. So so camera. So we don't need to add. Multiple rotations in order. So if I just have the 90 degrees that I want to apply from Euler, from Euler to quaternion, then I take my existing quaternion and multiply it by that, we get what we want. Is that what I'm hearing? I don't understand this. I need to go back to school. Why am I frozen? This is just because I suck. Deactivate, activate. There we go. Sounds reasonable. You sound reasonable. I'm the one who's unreasonable. Nope. Well, I'm trying to get a date with your mom, Sean, and it's just not happening. I was hoping you could help me with that. So, maybe I'm wrong. And Euler and Rads. Maybe. So 90 degrees are actually 90 radians. So we'll try that then. So we'll say 0 is always 0, right? Degree, math. How are you doing, Sean? Degree to Rads. Well, let's see. From Euler, I can just read the docs here real quick. Back. Euler, sorry. Euler angles. So angles, it's angles. So that's Rads. You are rad. Everyone's rad. Everyone here is rad. We're all rad. Everybody, there's so many developers, guys. We're like this weird cabal. I am telling you all, I've said this before. We are in a golden age. We don't realize it. When it comes to streaming on Twitch, when it comes to having this like nice network of people making games and developing software together, this is a golden age. This will not last. And we should enjoy it while we have it because it will go away. We are in the good times right now when it comes to this, and I think we should appreciate it because it will go away. I really do think that. I think we're going to look back on this. It won't be the same. This is going to be the old internet at some point. This moment that we're in right now, the thing that we're sharing, this community and all that, and it's all going to go away. And I'm sorry. Time marches on and everything sucks. It looks like we got it. The angles are in Rads. Okay. So let's see, make sure we're wrapping around the 360. This is why we want to do this. And it looks like we are 90, 0, negative 90, 180, 90, and then back to 0. Okay. What happens if we go the other way? 90, 180, negative 90, and 0. Okay, now we have some good points to work with. So, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Mariano. Mariano, let me do a shout out to Mariano. Mariano's not streaming anymore. Mariano wrote an NES an NES emulator in GD script. That's the skill level we're talking about. He wrote an NES emulator in GD script. See, quaternions are easy. You just have to use them without understanding them. I got disconnected and will never return to work. Sorry. No, it's fine, Mark. Yeah, it's easy. This is the problem with like ChatGPT is this is unearned knowledge. This is it's like the part in Jurassic Park where they're talking about the park and everything, and it's like, you know, you stood on the shoulders of giants, and this is definitely me. He always gets quoted, that scene, he always gets quoted for saying, you stood on the shoulders of giants, he didn't earn it, blah, blah, blah. That's what he always gets. But he's like, the first thing he says is like the best thing, which is like, you're like a kid who found his dad's gun. Like, you don't know how dangerous this is. That's how I feel right here. Is like, I'm a kid who found his dad's gun, and I'm just like messing around with all right, so if you do the same thing here, Memphis. No, son. No. No. Oh man. Oh God. Okay, so now if we're doing it with this, now when we check the camera here, we should never get more than... Oh shit, it's not right. Oh no, we're not right. Okay, hang on. What are we wrong about? What are we wrong about? What are we wrong about? From degree to rad. Dude, there's a bunch of Power Rangers. We have a thrift store nearby, and there's like the complete... I forget what the thing is called in Power Rangers. What's the big thing called? Megazord? Or no, Megazord's the... Is it Megazord? Let me see. What a weird name. Yeah, there's a complete Megazord. It's this guy just sitting there. And I'm like, wow, if I cared about Power Rangers, that would be cool to get. Man, am I going to have to... I'm doing all right, Redstone. How's it going? We're all just people here. I think in this case, we actually want to set it to this. We don't want to cumulative it. We just want to set it. I think that's our problem. How's the game coming along, Red? Let me do a shout out to Redstone. I gotta do shouts outs all around. Let me do a shout out to Mudbound. Mudbound is just the nicest guy, streaming on Pico 8, development, making a drone combat game, tactical strategy drone combat game. So if you're interested in this kind of stuff, the AI and all that stuff that you have to do, he's got such restrictions, it's insane that he's working in. So he has to think in really, I wouldn't say simplified terms. It's reductionary, but it has to be like the essence of what it needs to be. It's really hard problems. So definitely recommend checking them out. So let's try moving the camera around here, see if we can get the snap working right. Nope. That is a negative. Is this because we're adding to? Hang on. Let me go back. I think it's because we're supposed to be. Hang on. Hold on now. Subtracting. OG. Okay, so I think I get it. I have been working on trying to get a date with your mom. I said that to Sean earlier. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm trying to date your mom. So stupid. It doesn't make any sense. So we're working out different ways of maybe making that happen. That's what we're trying to get going right now. And see, I don't think we need to do this. I think we just need to set it to this one. So I think this is good enough. My mom's alone. She's available. Oh. Grandma Cricket's doing okay right now, guys. She's doing okay. Speaking of mamas. I think we got it, boys. Yep. Okay, so let's double check. Yeah, no mom should be alone. Not this holiday season. I refuse to let that happen. I will make sure that every mama has a papa. Every mama should have a papa bear. God. Oh no. What is this dude's problem? Look at that. Sometimes we can get negative 180 out of the situation. Look at that. Negative 180. Huh. Interesting. Well, we're almost there. So why are we doing all this? Why am I caring about all this? Because we need to lock the cursor orientation behavior in based on the rotation. Now that we have a good rotation, we should be able to make this happen. So So this actually changes something else entirely, which is that this whole thing here can probably go array. Because when we're applying the compass direction stuff, or I'm picking up good rotations. Good rotations. Why does it smell like cigarettes? Okay, you guys want to hear something creepy? Hang on, I gotta snooze this ad. I gotta go walk. I gotta go play fetch with the dog if the neighbor's not outside. Let's check that out. Front yard inspecting. No neighbor found. Good. Okay, so we're gonna go play fetch with the dog here in a second. What was I saying? I'm picking up good rotations. Oh, yeah. So cursor movement. So where do we do that? You know who's a nice guy? You know who I'd be surprised to find out is an awful person? Is Martin Short. That would be a blow. That would be a blow. Oh, yeah, Martin Short's actually an asshole. What? No! Not Martin Short! They got to you, Marty! No! Who's next? Not you, Marty. Not Martin Short. No! So I think we can move the orientation stuff to here because we have good rotations. Good rotations. I'm talking about good rotations. Good. What's his problem? I don't know. Good rotations. He's losing it. Now, is there any way? Good. I'm never rating this guy again. He's a lunatic. What is his problem? What is this dude? He's lost it. So there's 180. There's negative 90. If we go back, we're at 180. So why are we getting a negative when I'm talking about good vibrations? Good. Position. And we are doing relative direction from camera. So that's what we need to use. Relative direction from camera. And then we do a bunch of stuff here. See this can probably current rotation. We're just going to break this hard. Here we go. We're jumping in. We're fixing a bunch of stuff. This is good. I mean, it's going to suck at first. There's no doubt about that. This is going to suck. Okay. So if we have a number like 180, I don't know. Let's find out. Ah, shoot. Relative direction from camera mesh. Oh, bless it. Oh, Deborah. Okay, let's keep this the same. Okay. Let's just get one of them fixed. I'm not gonna break I'm not gonna break two major things at once here. Relative direction from camera. For mesh. Relative rotation. What is the direct? Can I just apply the rotation? Wait, can I just do this? Hang on. Vector 2. By angle. Returns the result of this by rotating the angle in radians. Okay, so can I just say rotated? And actually we can get it from direction. So do we not need this? Do we not need this? Do we just say direction rotated? And then we need, all we really need is the camera. Yank. So that it looks like this. We get the camera and we say rotated, and this is a Vec 2. Oh shit, see that's the problem. Angle. Turns the rectangles vector by angle and radians. So if I say camera rotation dot y, and it's expecting the return of vector 2i. But then I can't use okay. It's getting a Vec 2i. So can I cast? Okay, hang on. Ugh. Quit Telegram. Direction rotated. We need the camera. So, do I have it already in my clipboard? No, I don't. So, camera. Rotated by camera. Rotation. Dot Y. Okay, we'll see if this works. So, relative direction from camera. This is what we're using. Yes. Cursor position, try and move. Relative position. Okay. I don't know if this is going to work. Nope. Angle. See, I had to do rounding. Look, I have to do this weird stuff. I remember having to do this. So maybe we just do the same thing. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go check up on my kids. Okay, it's not right, but it's starting to work. Hmm. Okay, almost got it. What if I rotate manually? Okay, so we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Yes, this is so much better than the way we were doing it before. Okay, this is better. This is better. Negative 180, positive 180. It doesn't matter because it's 180, right? So that's fine. Problem is when we rotate, this is inverted. Only when we're on the 90s. And that I don't understand. So I'll have to look into that. But if we do a manual rotation like this with the camera, and then we let go, we're still correct. So that's good. Okay, I gotta go check out with my kids, see what's going on here. Gotta help up. I think I need to clean up the classroom just a tiny bit. I'll be right back. I'm gonna hide the camera while I help, and I guess we'll put on. I'll just put on a little video that shows while this music is playing. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's get the camera going. And we'll stop the music for now because you're going to hear Mini Cricket playing in the background. The musical stylings of Mini Cricket. Okay, so we're going to look at these values here and apply them. Okay. So if we switch on the camera,
I think I've heard this song somewhere.
so we have 90 break. You think so? They have a lot of popular music on there, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Keep playing to earn my first badge.
Okay. So 180, the default here would be return direction times okay, so that should flip it. Wait, this would be negative, so that'd be on this one. Okay, so that works. Okay, we almost got this, boys. We almost got this. So then the question is, when we're on a 180 or a 0. Okay, so 0.
This is a hard song.
So I think this is as easy as figuring out which one's the negative. So I'm just going to guess. Okay, I think it's backwards. I think I just need to multiply it backwards. Oh my god. There's no way. There's no way it's this easy. Damn it. Not that simple. It's almost right. That's right. Okay, let's think about this. So let's pretend like we'll just prototype this here like this. So we have one grid cell here, another grid cell here. Okay, so this is north. That's my daughter. She's practicing piano. West and east. Boobias. How's it going? That reminds me of a clip. I have a clip that I'll share with you. Let me see here. Hopefully it's not too old in my list of clips. Can I search old clips? Is there a way to search old clips? Top 7. This is top all time. How do I go through all these? Oh, I have to load them all in. Oh, goodness. I can't find it. Damn it. Oh well. Man, there are a ton of clips on my channel. This is insane.
Simply piano. How many times have I practiced this song? 0. You give me literally 2 stars for trying my best.
I can't find it. Oh well. How's it going? Okay, so if we rotate once, let's think about this. So if we rotate one way, so south comes here, north is here, west is here. So if north is up and is -1 and is now right, we want to subtract 1 and add 1. We can't just multiply. Okay, so the multiplication makes sense here, but here we actually need to do an addition. So maybe that's our problem. Not multiplication, addition. Whoa, okay. Okay. I think we're close. Well, let's think about this. If I add 1 to both of these, then we get the right number here. But if we did it for south, south then becomes west. Which is -1. Not faded. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. So just based on our rotation, it's just that it's Mine I used the camera forward and right vectors and then rounded them to nearest. Yeah, that's what I actually, that's pretty much what I was doing. I think I can get it by just flipping some, okay, I think this is close. Yeah, they're weird. Because we're on a grid. Okay, hang on. I think I'm close. Okay, that's almost right. That's right. Okay, that's right. Okay, so I need to flip the only one of these. We got it. I think it's this one. Okay. Almost got it. I got it where I'm not using, technically not using math. And so I don't have to worry about something going weird. That's right. That's right. And that's right. We got it. Okay, so now if I rotate by hand, is everything still okay? No. Damn it. Why not? Why did this break anything? Now it's okay. If I rotate... That's weird, right? But if I rotate by hand... We're busted. Huh. Okay. Okay. But this is right. This here is right. So basically, our default direction is 90 degrees so that we just return our direction. If we're asking for relative direction from camera and we're at 90, we return the direction. Otherwise, if we're at negative 90, that's the opposite. And then we just multiply direction by negative, the vec2 with -1, x and y. And then on the other scenarios, we flip the x and the y, and then we multiply by -1, 1, or 1, -1 for 0 and 180. And that gets us what we need. Almost. We're almost there. So that's better than this, which was a combination of setting a special variable called current rotation and then doing all kinds of other weird stuff in other places to handle that. It's just that one of our, and it might be because we also have a 180. I think that's it. We have a -180 as well. So we could have this be default. I think this might... Then we don't need this. Son of a bitch. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, I guess I could. I guess I could just say, I could do it in here, right? So I could say direction y times and direction x times. Sometimes you just get stuck thinking about something. That's one of those like months later things where you're like, why was I doing that? Hey, sweetie, can you turn it down a bit? It's pretty loud. No, I have to flip. In this case, I have to flip the X and the Y. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no problem, no problem. No problem. We gotta eliminate sorry from our vocabulary. Only when we like break something. Somebody's belongings, right? That's a sorry-worthy moment. So we're still 90, so we should still be okay. And if we rotate manually, it thinks we're 90 still. No, it says 180. Okay, but what happens if I do this? Now we're negative 180. Everything is still okay. What happens if I do this? We should be negative 90, so we're okay. And if I go back manually, so how's this breaking? This is breaking occasionally. What if I go like this? Now we're 90 again. Everything's okay. Why was it breaking? Everything's fine. Now I can't get it to break. I'm German. I usually beer and bratwurst is. Yeah, Americans say I'm sorry a lot, I think. Is that accurate? We say I'm sorry when it's just like, what are you doing, dude? Like, it's okay. Like, oh, here we go. We broke. Why? Is this a float issue? Little doctor, what's up? Yeah, we're working on the cursor stuff right now. I can show you a bit of the game. Pay no attention to the cue cards things being busted. Pick a direction here. Well, this is definitely broken right now. It's funny, we're having little simple problems right now. I keep getting a whiff of cigarettes in here. That's really weird. Anyways, yeah, the AI is coming along. It's doing its thing. We're just working on some camera rotation and cursor stuff. It's weird. Why does it break sometimes? So we should be at 90. Yeah, we're at 90. Why is it broken sometimes? Because we know we're at the same We should print out what it's detecting on there. Let me do a shout out to the Little Doctor. Dude, how's your game coming along? How's it coming? Sorry, my daughter's playing piano in the background. She's playing a bunch of new songs. She's doing like old 80s stuff. If you walk into me on the street, I might be the one to apologize. Yeah. Little Doctor's working on slow but sure. I think I have a link to your stuff. Does that do anything? Yeah. Pulsar Crash, there's the link to Little Doctor's game that he's working on. It's coming along great. It looks amazing. You are doing netcode. So you're doing more than just couch co-op now. Got a bunch of testing to do on the netcode this week. I'm off work, and so I'm hoping to get a bunch more music finished up. Yeah, the music you hear in the trailer, that's Little Doctor. It's got a great vibe. It looks like a really fun game. Netcode, so multiplayer. That's really good. That's great if you can get that going. Help us out with the netcode. Nice. All right, so let's print out, just to figure out this, we have a slight bug here that we've introduced, but it's a bug we trust, a bug we believe in. So this should be negative 90. Okay, so let's print out, I think what we need to do is we're doing some math here, this round int thing. I think we do need to make sure that it's an integer, like a good integer, a good clean integer. So let's just cast it as an int and see if it just goes away if we do that. Because maybe we're dealing with some weird floatiness and it's using default. It's going to default. Is it Bobias? Bobias says, I'm permanently traumatized after reading netcode from an old 90s game that went open source years ago. Dude, it sounds like the Winamp open source thing has been an interesting one. It's like, oh yeah, you're free to do nothing with it. It's open source. You can't fork it. You can't fork it. So there's no way you can contribute to it. Bobius. Okay, Bobius. Let me add that to I'll add it to a note for you so it'll show up next to your name. All right. Now, hopefully I won't screw it up again. Yeah, but Little Doctor, it's crazy. The AI was the thing that really took things to the next level, getting that figured out. So I'm just gonna try to break things right now. Can I post a link to it? Yeah, go for it. Enemy Nations. I haven't heard of this one. Let me see. Coding, and I'm going to open up Tor just to be safe. I'm extra paranoid about chat links. Obscure RTS. You know who was the publisher at the time? So this is a good link. Not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust you. Safe but verify, or trust but verify. Is that the old? Windward Studios. They still exist, but they make Office off. Really? That's a weird pivot. Imagine getting in there and being like, oh man, we make video games, and then 10 years later, how's the job going? Oh, great, yeah. What are you working on? Oh, just a cool new thing. This looks familiar. this watt looking thing. This looks familiar. Oh my God. They literally, did they just show growth by literally just drawing parts of the, part of the sprite or the pixels for the texture of the, oh my God. It's in a way, it's like admirably clever. That's kind of cool. Like, that's like a cool solution to the problem. They're like, we don't have a big budget here. I thought this was like a graphical clip, and I'm like, wait a minute, this has got to be the progress for the build, because it's got had several stages of construction, which just built. Yeah. It's funny because you could see that as like you're building the prototype out, and you're like, well, eventually we're gonna have like stages of like, textures for it or whatever, sprites or however you're doing it, and they're just like, well, we never got them, and they're like, we're just gonna keep it. It reminds me, there's I saw an interview with the guy who did Castlevania Symphony of the Night. What's his name? Igarusha? Is that? No. That's a video game. What am I thinking of? Iga. It is Iga. Okay. And he was like, somebody had asked a question, why did it look this way, or why was something that way? And he's like, well, because they thought we'd have time to change it, and it was temporary. And he's like, I learned from that day, from that going forward, that anything you put in the game, anything, sound, graphics, anything, assume that's the final product, because you're going to run out of time and it's just going to stay. So I always kind of take that to heart. Interesting. So the netcode's kind of a disaster in there. I assume it's all C, right? Oh, C++. Okay. Pretty modern to be doing C++ back then, I guess. I don't know. I guess it depends on who you were. Pre-CPP 98 C++. Nice. Okay, well, so far I haven't been able to break it. I guess I'm going to get feedback from somebody at some point if it is broken, but I think we got it. Variable length arrays for netcode. Variable length arrays. Huh. It's not a fixed byte? Like, it's just not like, hey, expect this many bytes every X time? Or if something's changed, you're always going to get the... It's a C extension. You can have an array with no length at the end of a struct. I don't know how to do netcode, that's for sure. I was dealing with random values not lining up when I was messing around with it. I made a clone for Catan, and I had some it was a weird one. It was something weird about like only one of the clients would have wrong RNG. It was something weird. Okay, so I think we have it. I think we have it for now. Okay, so now that we've done this, there's a whole bunch of stuff we can fix. All of this stuff here we can fix. So we can delete current rotation completely and everything that it touches, and it should just like, we should just be able to do it this way now. Like, we can get rid of all this. We don't even need to do this anymore. Well, we need it for the rest of the stuff, but eventually we'll be able to get rid of these things here for rotate clockwise and counterclockwise. So all that'll go away. And if we go to the top here, current rotation, how often is this used? There's 20 references for it. Okay. And I guess I could do the same thing here where... No, that's fine. That's fine. So... what's safe for me to come in and rip this out with? Relative rotation from camera. When is this used? It's never used. Don't you love that? I need a good tool for finding just wasted code. Do you guys have any recommendations for searching your project for unreferenced variables and functions and stuff like that? Because I'm pretty sure I have a lot of... It's not really code rot. It's just like dusty code. Does Visual Studio, does that do anything? Does that have anything for stuff like that? Godot warns me about it. I see it too. It's just, I'd like to be able to just do a find. Sorrow, how's it going? It shows it as unreferenced. Is there a way to get a list of all, though? Let's see. I just want to know everything that's... Yeah, there's some code missing from the source that they've released for that game, which I've been trying to reverse engineer. They must not have the license to whatever... It's probably some sort of a... something they didn't have the license to. Well, they had the license to, but they couldn't... It's not open source. Wonder Visual Studio list unreferenced variables. Oops, I can spell. Probably the best and easiest way to achieve what you're after is to use built-in code analysis tool with Visual Studio to find it. To this effect, I created a new code analysis rule set. Oh, Jesus. Why do I smell cigarette smoke? This creeped me out. One day I came outside my house. There's a bunch of space between me and my neighbors. There's a ton of... there's a lot of room between us, right? And I went outside to the yard and I could smell cigarette smoke, and it creeped. I got my, pulse went up and everything, because I was like, I don't smoke. Nobody in the house smokes. And, but it was like, what the hell? Like, why am I smelling that? Because, I mean, it was within proximity. They're smoking on your porch. I don't know. I think it was just somebody walking by, but it really freaked me out. But I keep getting whiffs of it in the room here. It's the person in the walls. No! Given the rule set file, you can click on Project in the Solution Explorer and select Properties. Click on Code Analysis. These are the rules that they say. Unused local variables, unused private fields, unused parameters. Dead code in bitwise or limited switch. Private methods that are not called from any other code. So this is a list of rules that they created. Your cables are frying? No, this is distinctly like that nicotine or that something. No, it's not that copper frying smell. That smell that tastes like the taste of copper. I don't know how else to describe it. Right click on a project name or dependencies node in Solution Explorer. Select remove unused references. So they actually have a function that literally do this. No, that's something else. I think I'm going to try this guy's thing. I just don't like how... Let's take a look. Take a look. It's in a IDE. Visual Studio. I can debug anywhere. Do 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 do. Visual Studio. Let's see. To this effect, I created a new code analysis rule set via file, new file. Makes sense. File, new file. File, new file. Making sure general in the left plane is selected. General. Scrolling down to find code analysis rule set. Check. Giving it a file name. Rule set 1. Mother. Oh, wow. Do I? Oh my God. I'm just going to run this. Then you simply run the code analysis on the projects via analyze, run code analysis on solution. Wait. Okay. Given the rule set file, one can right click on a project in the Solution Explorer and select properties. See, I keep getting a whiff of it. In the project properties window, click on the code analysis tab in the left panel. Okay. Oh, it's depreciated. Deprecated, sorry. Depreciated. It's depreciated. Hey, the value of your code is depreciated. It's deprecated. Great. No, I'm not. I just dropped dead. I'm pretty sure I'm okay. It's burnt toast. So it's the burnt toast. Well, how am I supposed to do this? Code analysis settings. Deprecated. We don't want you to analyze your code. So that doesn't do anything. We wouldn't want you to do that. You're not thinking about trying to make your code better, are you? How else are we going to sell you this other tool that does this other thing? Okay, what are we talking about here? Where is the code analysis property page for the solution? The code analysis property page at the solution level was removed in favor for a more reliable shared property group. For managing code analysis at the project level, you know what would have been helpful, Microsoft? I'm just going to throw this out here. Instead of giving me a link to go here and read this paragraph, I don't know. You got all this space right here. Maybe you just put that in here. I feel like for managing code analysis at the project level, the code analysis property page is still available. For managed projects, we also recommend managing rule sets to editor config. Jesus Christ. For sharing results across multiple defining property group, code analysis rule set property in shared props target file or directory.props/directory.targets file. If you don't have any such common props, oh my God, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to run this. Migrate from rule set to .editor config file. .editor config. What? Save the .editor config file at the root of the project or solution. for the settings to be respected. So I just save it here. Okay. New rule set. Description. So now we have run code analysis on solution. Nothing. Code files. Rule set format. But now this can't be the format. It's easier to edit the rule set in the graphical rule set editor than by hand. I agree. I totally agree. So editor config. So now it's using this rule set. Is that, or do I now go to here, properties, and then jeez, I'm going down a tangent right now. Yeah, this is where this is at the bottom. Should I use code analysis or editor config? They can coexist. Okay, how do I make them coexist? Okay, can I just edit this? Where is this? Okay, I'm seriously... Hang on a second. Ah, crap, I just let in a bee. Oh no, it's worse. It's a yellow jacket. Oh no! Yeah, on accident. Come on, buddy. Come on out. Ah, Stinger's out even. He's all pissy. He's mad. Oh, you're gonna get stuck in the spider web? Oh no! That would be so bad. Ah, come on out. Yeah, go ahead and shut the door, sweetie. I mean, crawl behind the spider web. That's really smart. Yeah. Good job, buddy. Okay, could we get out of here? Could you go? Could you get it? No, outside. Go outside. God, I hate wasps, man. That's a wasp or a yellow jacket, but they're just as mean. Wasps are such jerks. They're the worst of everything. They're the worst. Here's a rule set, okay. Put it in trashes. Yeah, that's good. Godot, Norse Punk. I'll just throw it in here. Okay, so now there should be a rule set in here somewhere. I don't see it in the list. That's good. But now we should be able to edit it, right? Like as if it was just a file, like the guy was saying. So it should just be sitting here. There it is. So it should be XML. Okay, here we go. XML. Close this out, and we're just going to steal that guy's thing. Here we go. Imagine having a red coat. Oh man, that would be very time travel-ish. Like, wait a minute. I mean, you know, everything that we originally were like, hey, this isn't right. Let's start our own country. We're now just like, hey, let's just do it all over again. Let's do the same thing again. It'll be fine. Okay, so now do I need to reload? How do I use the rule set? Like, how do I run the rule set? Because it won't let me pick it in the project's config. So how do I know I can apply the rule set itself? Ah. We recommend defining a property group with code analysis rule set property in a shared props targets file. Oh, Jesus, I don't know what that means. So this is, I need to set this somewhere. Oh, this is for sharing. Okay, but how do I just set one up for my project? So is this a property config property? Is this something I add here? Config manager. Can I just debug any CPU project config? No. That's not what we're talking about. Project dependencies. Startup project. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is why I'm getting that whiff again. This is why I'm wondering about. I mean, did we bring something into the house or something that I don't know. Okay. Well, I'm gonna shut the door here. It shouldn't be this hard though, but this is Microsoft for you. Configure code cleanup. Here we go. No, we don't want to, we want code analysis. Analyze and code cleanup. Run code cleanup. Run analysis. Set analysis scope. Okay. Okay. Oh, gosh. Config manager. Rule sets. Okay, so what the hell's a rule set in Visual Studio? Visual Studio rule set. Roslyn Analyzer rules. Oh my god. Custom Roslyn Analyzer. Wait a second. No. Yeah, I am too, buddy. Oh my god. Analyzers. Analyzer classic. Can I refresh the project? See, I'm wondering if, because I build tools. You make the manifest in a .rc file. Oh my god. I can't imagine. It feels like I should just be able to throw it into the project stuff here. Is this what they're talking about? Is this a rule set? Is this the rule set? I think this might be the rule set. Hang on. Code analysis rule set. Sharing rule sets across. Code analysis rule set. Can I just throw this? Can I just throw it in here? Like this? Is that it? What are we mad about? Oops, I got item group wrapped up in it. Rule set element is unrecognized. Okay, so I can't just do that. Item group. Do I have to say item group rule set? Is it not in the project? I don't know. Dependencies. Analyzers. Wait a minute. Dependencies. Shared project solutions. Browse. I don't know. Analyzers. Oh well. Reload projects. I'm just literally not doing anything, so. Okay, well, I'm just gonna ignore that for now. Hey, Colin, how's it going? So I think I can actually get rid of this and replace it with a relative direction from camera. So let's see. Let's build and find out where everything is using this. Let me do a shout out to Colin. Doing a game from scratch, handmade, using J, whatever you want to call it. Going good. We're just it's all that little bit of a spit and shine that's just taking up some time. We've got mouse rotation going for the camera. I can show that here for you in a second. I'm going to try and make sure this works for the mesh. Yep. Okay, so, and I can also improve. So yeah, the camera rotation, let me show you that. So right click the mouse and you can drag, you can move around. And then when you let go, it snaps to the nearest 45. It's, I'm just trying to find something to search for unreferenced variables and functions. Because sometimes I clean things up and then I end up with like leftovers, I guess you could say, where it's like dusty stuff that's just sitting there unused. And I just want a quick way to just search through and find where the hell it is. So it sounds like Visual Studio has something to do this called a rule set, but I just didn't know how to apply it or where to put it. So it is in create a directory build props file. Style cop. Oh God. I don't want to do style cop. Style cop. Over other analyzers. Editor config. I just comment the variable and see what breaks came inside. Yeah, no, I just saw like a couple of variables and functions that are just sitting there with no references. And I'm like, oh, crap. I should probably kind of just get a broom out and sweep up a little bit. Because, okay, so if we're setting this to direction and then we're doing this again, we don't need to do it again. We can just say direction here. But why are we setting it to direction? Because we're using direction multiple times. Wow, we're using a ton. Broom it. Yeah, I'll take a look at what you sent me, Bobbyus, and see what I can find. Okay, so that's clean, or that's better. So Todd, do a shout out to Todd. Todd makes, exclamation point, Todd makes. Todd has a game that he just released on Steam called Fealty. I still need to do a review for it. I totally forgot. I'm sorry about that. Crap, dude. It's a 4X. I had a lot of fun playing it. I think there's I think I made a like an hour-long playthrough. and I have a clip of it, a highlight of that session on the videos. All right, so we got a list of things to do after this, which I'll show here in a second. I gotta use the restroom here. Got the old man bladder coming up. So one last hoorah here. Make sure everything's doing what we're expecting it. Yes, things are much more reliable, and we're not using. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, everything's doing what we're expecting. All right. Sounds good. So I guess we should probably commit, but here's the list of things that we need to kind of hit up. So that was add rotate with mouse, which added surprising amount of other additional things. This bug is now fixed that was caused by that. And then we have a bunch of stuff that we can fix. Like I said, we can get rid of. Gotta run. Time to eat. Thank you, Colin. Yeah. Rotation compass. So current rotation. This is what we can get rid of. 12 references to this thing. So if we get rid of it, like where's everything break? But we're to a point now that we can establish our rotation, our corners properly. We don't need to have this weird variable that we're kind of using. It's all in theater, and the majority of it seems to be lumped together. Yeah. So places like this, here. Is that it? 306. I think we can get rid of this. Is that it? Dude, I think we can get rid of it. I think that's it. How many are we looking at? 12. 1, 2, 4, 6. We can get rid of all of this. Yes. Let's do it. Goodbye. 14. Delete. Look at that. Oh my gosh, we're getting rid of lines of code. So we added 26, got rid of 64. Heck yeah, guys. It's cleaner. Not clean code TM, but just cleaner to read. Let's just make sure everything's okay. Guys, we're cooking. Dude, it's, yeah, 100%. There should always be, you know, over time, there's going to be something you can remove because you didn't know what you should do and how you should do it. And then once you do, you can kind of do it that way. Okay, so this commit will be, what is all this? Oh, that's right. I started messing around with. Okay, so we're going to ignore that. And there's some changes here on, so this is actually a little bit better too now too, as a result. Not by much. Okay, so wow. Okay, how do we categorize this? Mouse rotation snaps to 45. To closest 45. Although to it's 90. Okay, well, whatever. 45 of the square on the playfield. Closest 45 edge, stage edge. we using quaternions for rotations. And the last thing is using corners, using 90-degree positions to determine relative cardinal for cursor. Johnny Waffles. All right, we just got rid of what, almost like 50 lines of code. Not bad, and it's better. Johnny, look at this. Look at this. Look at this, Johnny. Johnny, look. Ooh, we got mouse rotations. Look what happens when we go right here. Look, snaps over there. It's nice. All right. Spin. Yeah, we can do the record scratching. Anyways, so the next thing that we really need for this, yep, exactly. The next thing that we need for this is when we're rotating with the mouse specifically. You see how the cursor is moving around? We kind of need to freeze the cursor because we don't want the cursor to match the mouse position while we're doing this, because we're going to get weird stuff like this, and we just don't want that to happen. So we got to kind of lock or remove the cursor from the playfield when the rotation is happening. So that's not really a bug or anything. I don't think anyone's going to really complain about that. So that's something we can do after release, but that's definitely something we want to add to our list of things we need to do. And then the other thing too is we need to indicate, we need an indicator over wherever the camera is clamped to, where the gimbal is locked, where the axis is locked to for the rotation. So we need some sort of icon to be like the compass, this is where you are rotating around, so that there's like, because I know it's around this character, so I know when I go around, get closer to him, the expectation is that it's going to rotate really fast, and if I'm further away, it'll be less fast. So we just need like a compass indicator if we're using right click on the mouse to rotate, so that we know what we're rotating around. That's something we'd like to do. Can you play the game for a few minutes? I can have it play itself while I go to the bathroom. Let me do that, because I got to go potty. I've got to go potty so bad. I've got to go pee. I'm holding it. Yeah, let me get this going. I'll have it play itself, and I'll use the restroom. So give me just a second. Yeah, I'll be right there, sweetie. Friendly off. No, it's still in here somewhere, but it's up on the, it's not going to bother us. All right, so I'll let the game play itself. I'll be right back. No automatic camera rotations though. I'm sorry about that. So you're going to miss some of the action. some music on if you want to. I completely forgot about Calvin. Whoa, what's tape? Tapper is way up high. What is going on? They're all running away to the corners. Are they almost dying? Is that why? See, the AI definitely needs some work. So he has no choice but to engage now. Hella Decent, I guess, was running away. So this seems to be a problem with my push-pull on friendly or enemy. Why is he going up in the corner? What is going on, guys? Go to the bad guy. What happened? They don't know how to get to him. Come on, buddy. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, there's a bug. Did he end up floating over to 0-0 at some point, guys? Is that what happened? Let's get the seed. We need to get the seed of this one. Goat Simulator. Hell yeah. Yeah, he teleported. Okay, we'll grab the seed. Let's see, print screen. How do you do it? Sorry, guys. I just need that. That's important. Copy that to the clipboard. And weird 0-0 teleporting issue. Bug. And let's make a link to, whoops. Please honor my trivia redeem. Oh, shoot. Yes, Trivial Pursuit. Here we go. First person to answer the question correctly gets their name with a point added to it next to the board on the board. 1990s Trivial Pursuit. Technical question. Oh, is this... Do I have this backwards? I think I have this backwards. Because we definitely already asked that. Oh, no. Did we ask the Yahoo magazine one, Sean? I don't think we did. All right, here we go. Here's the question. Get ready. Now, unfortunately, those without as much lag will have a better chance of getting this answered correctly or quicker. If you're not a Gen X or millennial, you may need to open up ChatGPT to type this question in order to have a chance. What was Bill Gates demonstrating at a 1998 Chicago Trade Fair when it crashed on him? What was Bill Gates demonstrating at a 1998 Chicago Trade Fair when it crashed on him? Windows 8. Close, Nymphus. Close. The hint is the word 1998. Windows 98 is correct, Johnny Waffles. Johnny Waffles gets their name with a point added to it on the board. We just got rated by Fox Hollow, and I have decided already. I've decided that when we get rated, keep forgetting about this. Thanks for the raid, Fox Hollow. That will do a Trivial Pursuit anytime we get rated. Give me Windows 95. Dude, 95 over 98, right? It was second edition where 98 was acceptable. 98 was what brought in USB, right? It was USB that caused it to crash, as if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct? I can't remember. It's been a while. Let's do an official vocal shout out, and then we'll play around a Trivial Pursuit for the Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Shout out to Fox Hollow Games. Got to raid and run. All right. I totally understand. Roll out. All right. Thank you for the raid. Fox Hollow crew, I will show you what's going on here in just a second. But first, you guys got to play a round of Trivial Pursuit. Here is the question. And I'm not going to forget about adding your point, Johnny, here. I feel like I've asked that. Okay. This is 1990s tech questions. Here we go. What communications giant owned Palm Computing when it produced the first handheld with integrated wireless internet connectivity? That's such a 90s way of phrasing that question, too. What communications giant owned Palm Computing when it produced the first handheld with integrated wireless internet connectivity? Incorrect. IBM is incorrect. Bell is incorrect. AT&T is incorrect. Comcast is incorrect. For you guys that are Zoomers, you can use ChatGPT to type this in and you'll get the answer immediately because ChatGPT is just good for trivia. It's really good at trivia. Once again, one more time. What communications giant owned Palm Computing when it produced the first handheld with integrated wireless internet connectivity? All right. The answer. Well, I'll ask another question so that somebody can get it right. The answer was 3Com. I don't know if 3Com's still around. Who? They're probably worth like a crazy amount of money if they're on the stock market and nobody knows what they are. 3Com. Is 3Com still a thing? Yes. Was. Past tense. Doesn't exist anymore. Defunct 2010. It was a network interface provider for switches, routers, wireless access points, and IP voice systems. Here's the logo for you guys. Maybe this will bring you back some memories. I don't know. Here we go. There's 3Com. Okay, I'm still remembering. I got to give a point to Johnny Waffles. We'll ask another question. What game designer brought Railroad Tycoon, Civilization, and Alpha Centauri to the computer screens? Sid Meier. Is it Meier or Meir? I always get it wrong. We will take it. Little Doctors gets that one. All right. Here we go. Let me get the points on the board here. Little Doctor with a point. Johnny Waffles with a point. The doc is right. Agreed. The doctor is in. And here we go. I need to update this Double Dare thing, but it won't let me remove the image. And then when I try to add an image, it gets mad at me. So I think that we already have Johnny here. No, we don't? No, Johnny? I thought you had a point already, John. Johnster? I guess not. Okay, so Johnny got the point first. So we're going to copy Woogie twice here. Put in that, and then we'll put Johnny Waffles. I could have sworn Johnny had a point already. All right, there's Johnny Waffles. And then Little Doctors. And then we'll show you what we're working on here. Let's show you what we're working on. Submit. Okay. Okay, so those are put away to the left of the board. I got to remember that. It's always on the left-hand side. And the points are updated on the board there. So we're working on a tactical combat game in the same vein as Final Fantasy Tactics in terms of movement and turn. So we're turn-based, grid-based, isometric. So that's the FFT that you would know. The stage is also very familiar. It's the same stage that's used in the who is Johnny Waffles? This is a question that has made us all stay awake at night. Who is Johnny Waffles? But here it is. This is the game. It's a work in progress. We're working on getting a prototype out Friday for people to actually, for the public to consume and test. But this is how it's going. Oh, it's a person here. Yes. So anyways, we have a bug. We have a new bug. Weird teleporting issue, as we put it. We have the seed that we can reference to try and troubleshoot it. So that's nice. That's a good thing we have that seed system for the RNG. It makes things easy to recreate certain problems. So confirm move position. So this is basically a prompt. I think what we're going to do is the Destiny style hold the button to confirm thing, but it's going to be much quicker. So that if you tap it, it won't do it. But if you hold it down for like, a fourth of a second, then it confirms. So we could start working on that. But this is it. We get these things done and we're ready for Friday. And if we're ready for Friday, then we're just going to deal with these weird bugs that we can find. We'll build a fuzzer if we have time so that we can just have the game play itself over and over and over again and see if we catch anything weird when it's playing with itself. And then while that testing is going on, we can continue to, there's some abilities that I would like to add before then, specifically some sort of heal. Now, in the first battle that we're kind of recreating for Final Fantasy Tactics, there's a throw item, and you can throw a potion, basically. Definitely with. Yes. So we have an issue with range attack highlight not showing up. Oh, show hit points. Let's do something fun. I need a palette cleanser here. So we're going to show hit points when you get hit. We're not really doing that right now. There is a progress bar or a health bar that we update, but it on the combat scene itself, we need to have some sort of like, oh, I got hit and here's the point value for that, right? So I think what we could do is, it always confused me why I needed to be a chemist to throw a potion. I get that a chemist is an old job in FF5, but they actually mix things. Yeah, throw was a weird one because you could put throw stone on people. So you'd think, well, if they know how to throw a stone, if you can throw a stone, you can throw a potion. Why was it this weird thing? The job stuff in Tactics was interesting. There's a lot I didn't know about it. Like, for instance, people would gain experience on the battlefield if somebody else had a job of that type. I never knew that. This wasn't until I got to this old it was an old document from GameFAQs. This glorious GameFAQs that somebody did all the math for the game in. That's really helped me understand a lot of how that stuff worked. But yeah, if you had like a chemist on the battlefield, which is like kind of a given in the beginning of the game, but if you had a chemist on the battlefield and they were performing something related to their job, they would gain XP, and then you would gain a fraction of that XP in that job class for job experience. So I never knew that. But that's pretty cool. And then leveling. Here was the other thing in Tactics, the leveling. Whatever your primary class was that you wanted your character to excel at, you wanted to make sure that you weren't that class when you leveled, which is totally backwards sounding. but it had this like gimping thing that it would do where it would sort of clamp the amount of experience you would gain in the critical elements for that job class. If you would level, it was, what was it? It was like I forget how it worked, but basically I think they did that because if you were single classing somebody like, oh, this guy's always going to be a chemist, and they were leveling all the time, they wanted some way to make it so that they wouldn't over level or something. I forget how it worked. I'd have to look it up again. Anyways, I appreciate the raid. I appreciate everybody coming in from Pox Hollow. I really, it's really nice and super cool. Okay, so let's try and do the hit point thing. I think for now, the way that we're going to do that is on the actor. We can just have something to pop this up with. So kind of my favorite thing to do is to build a IRAD. Speaking of IRAD, we were talking about you earlier. The Italian Stallion, IRAD. Let me do a shout out. I need to do a shout out. Wait, hang on. I got to do a shout out to Justin first. Justin helps, friend of the show. Cool guy, known as Primer on YouTube, if you know that channel. And doing really cool stuff in Godot. I'm building Sims in Godot. Definitely recommend checking him out. Did a jam game recently. Didn't put fur on the character. So nobody's perfect. Yeah. Learned a real lesson there. A lesson in disappointment. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Next jam fur, regardless of theme. I'm sorry. All right, thank you. I thought we were going to get a furry capsule. Alas. Biley. Oh, I thought Biley was leaving because ciao can mean hello and goodbye. I was confused there for a second. I'm saying goodbye there. And I just put WW twice because I'm trying to save and I'm not in Vim and it's just a force of habit. All right. So we want to pop up some text. What I would love is if the text was actually 3D. Does Kenny have... Does he have 3D numbers? Doesn't he have like 3D characters or something? Like actual... Because I'd love for the points, the numbers to pop up in 3D. Like as 3D numbers. You get what I'm saying? Do you smell what I'm cooking? UI? Nope. All right, Kenny. I'll never recommend Kenny again. I don't think he has numbers. Wouldn't be too bad to make him in Blender if you had a font in mind. This is true. All right, fine. We're not doing that. We have to be done by Friday. That's a rabbit hole I'm not going to open up. I'm on Blender and everyone's going to be yelling at me. Somewhere in Godot. Oh, that's what I might be thinking of. Let's see. Godot 3D text. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. 3D text. Holy moly. Text mesh. Text mesh research has similarities to Label 3D. They both put the text in a 3D scene. They will use the same font sub-resource. Well, there we go. Text mesh. Is that like Tex-Mex? Text mesh. Does this still exist? Label 3D. So is it label 3D and then text mesh? Flags. Text. Hello world. So text mesh. Text mesh resource. Text mesh, it's a resource. Create new resource. Text mesh. Okay. Text. Hello world. Add child node. No, instantiate. Okay, so hang on. So we have a mesh. So it's just a mesh. So mesh instance. Quick load. What did I call it? I don't think I even gave it a name, did I? New text mesh. Quick load new. There we go. Word looking. Doesn't it remind you of the wasn't that crazy that Word back then could do that? That was nuts. Word art. I forgot about that. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Okay, so we have a thing that's sort of 3D. This is what we want. Shoot, I got to roll ads here. All right. What I'm going to do is roll ads. I'm going to get the dog out. Yeah, neighbor's not out. I'm going to play fetch with the dog for a little bit and roll ads, and then we'll be back here shortly. So I will see you guys soon. I don't think I can bring him in here right now because I'm in the middle of reorganizing some things in the house, getting ready for winter. So there's too many distracting things in here that I'd have to chase him around and stop him from chewing. So I will. I'll go outside, play fetch with him, and then we'll be back here. Ad starts in 8 minutes, so I'm just gonna roll it now. Be right back, guys. Indeed. Everyone asks what the dog doing, not how the dog doing. All right. You having fun? The craft blue? All right, we had to cancel fetch, guys. I'm sorry. My neighbor's still out. The one who doesn't like Calvin. So, we're just not gonna engage. We just ignore. I don't want to feed the Karen. Don't feed the Karens. He's got his, anyways. That's a bummer. Commendable. Oh, man. All right, I'm going to hide my face. I got lunch here. So let me hide my face. How do I do that? Camera 3. Boop. All right. So we have this 3D text. We could do some sort of cool. Is there a cool Godot shader? We need this. This needs to pop. So I feel like spending a little bit of time on this is worth it. So can we do like a bouncing text? Bouncing mesh? How about bouncing mesh? Is there like a noise based? Okay, is there like a I don't know. Is there N64 Skybox ripples? Let's search stretch. Squash and stretch. Wow, that's really simple. So you can hit points shader spatial. There it is. All right, it looks like it's okay, so squash direction offset. Could use animator. I could, huh? I could do something with that. Let's do that. I think you're right. I think that's the way to go. See, I just forget about the tools available to me. So we have our mesh instance, and then we have this resource here. So we can procedurally set the HP points to like plus 12. Right, so something like this, and then can we do something cool with that? Let's just do a basic. We'll create a track for an animation. Call it HP And then we have 3D rotation, 3D scale. So mesh instance 3D, okay. And insert key. Yeah, sweetie. What's that? Can you what? The what? Oh yeah, sorry, I put it in my pocket. Come here. Oops. I dropped one of the glues on the ground. Come on, run. It's fine, he's asleep. And then that one down there. That one's a new one. Paper glue. Sorry about that, I accidentally dropped it.
Where is it?
I don't know. I think he did something foolish, so I think he's like probably dying. Yeah. So the thing about this is what I would prefer is that this face, it needs to face the camera. So we actually kind of have to do this in a weird way. See, I get worried about this because it's like, well, I need a viewport because I need to make this into a 2D texture. So I need a sprite 3D that I can then set on the viewport and then billboard. Because I can't billboard the mesh. So I need to render this in inside a viewport that we then assign to the sprite 2D as a viewport texture. Yes. But the problem is if I'm animating like rotations and stuff, how do I make that where I can build it in an animation player, but then have it be relative, whatever I build, like it spins or it does something. How can I make sure that it then is always relative to that position? Tweens. Yep, and then we're tweening it by hand. You script to look at and use a tween for the scaling. Property track. So it's not a property, it's a method. So it's the problem with call methods. So that would be something we'd actually need to tween. Always looking at the player. We could just do that. I mean, I could just try it without doing any of the mesh stuff, right? Let's see how much mileage we can get that way. So we'll just do... See, even if it was a label 2D, so we would need to be label 3D. So let's just see how much mileage we can get out of label 3D for now. I would like it to have a 3D looking kind of cell on it. That would be preferred. Plus 12. Do we have a good font? Give the characters appearance. Have that look at the camera. Then the tweens or whatever. Now we're playing with power. That's a good idea. See, this is why the hive mind. We need the hive. Believe in the hive. Trust the hive. Now, look at is not persistent, right? This is on a per frame basis. So basically, we need a function call whenever we're doing camera rotations that would adjust any look ats that we care about. Node 3D. Cool. Yeah, Node 3D brings up nothing. That's sounds right. Huh. Node 3D. Right. Yeah, Node 3D doesn't exist. That's right. Um, yeah, the problem is we can't. So the only time we want to just look at is during a tween from the camera. So if we match the length of the tween from the camera with look at, I think that'll fix it. And what we can do, is not even use look at. We can just use a vec3, one vec3, and we can send the direction that it would use to look at and give that to a bunch of other elements that we want to have this happen to. Well, so search is just busted right now. This is why you always want to download a copy of the docs for yourself. If you're like me, if you look at docs the way I do. Is there not a look at? It's something different with vec3, right? Sorry, I gotta cram this food in my mouth. Gotta shove it in. Direction to? No. It's a Node 3D thing? I thought it for sure was a vec3. We could do the equivalent. Is it angle to? Angle to. So what about underscore 2? What else 2 can we do? Direction to, distance to, move toward, sine angle to. So we can use that on a global rotation. But look at it's probably cheap. I'm guessing it's going to boil it down to C++. I'm sure it's fine, right? Okay. So what do we want it to do? We want it to scale. So we're going to go from 0 to 1. No, over 1. We're going to kind of and we can adjust the can't you set a could have sworn there was like a way to set the tweening. Wasn't there a way to set so on the mesh I can say always facing forward? In the material. So on the mesh, are we doing material, a geometry override, material overrides, surface material override? So geometry, standard material, 3D, billboard. So billboard enabled, it's always facing us. Kind of. Kind of. And we would want to be orthogonal. Now it is. Okay. So now we want... we're not quite perspective driven. Okay, so billboard, keep scale. What do you do, baby? Oh, so no matter what. I see. Okay, so we'll do that. But while we're editing it for now, I don't want to look at it that way. Okay, so we kind of bounce forward, and then we also want a slight rotation. So I would say, and then we're gonna just sort of fade out. So add track rotation, mesh instance, and then we're gonna slowly kind of do a little bit of a pan while all of this is going on. Might as well throw some particles on top of it. Rotate on the Y. I don't know. Let's try 90. So we have 90 here. And then none here. That did nothing. No rotation. Mesh instance. Are they both 90? No. Well, then we'll just do it with property. Mesh instance. Rotation. But this is going to be Euler. Or this is going to be radians. Or not. Maybe not radians. And we do have easing. Okay. Okay, too much. So we want it to pop and then kind of slowly rotate. So maybe we do like, let's do like 5 degrees. Let's do this in a half second. The whole thing goes in a half second. Going juicy. Let's give it a shot. Let's try it. I think it depends if we're rotating the let's try it. We might have to billboard yeah, you're right. Grow. What the hell's grow? Shoot, we can keyframe any of this stuff too, huh? Um, I think you're right. But what if we did it on No, you're totally right. There's Y billboard. So we could try rotating yeah. No, I'm with you on that. And I'm wondering if we can do node 3D. And can we just, in the animation, say, hey, call method node 3D functions, insert, look at. Arg count, 3 args, vec3. Yeah, I can't do it procedure. I can't do it in the animation stuff. No, because I can't do. Although, here's another idea. Here is another idea, guys. We don't even have to use look at, because there's something called remote transform. And this is what we're using for our, we can update the transform to always face the camera, or mirror the camera's direction information. So that's another way we can do it without calling the look at function. So that's like a codeless solution. Now, particles are weird that I have here. So just for fun, let's trigger the attack particle in our animation so that it happens right here. It's not going to line up with the where the hit points are, though. Animation playback track is on particles. How do I look at that? See, I don't think we're in the we're not in the right spot. We need to be doing this from animation avatar. So we have to do this from inside here. This is where we want to be doing this from. And then in here, yeah. So HP, get rid of that. Yeah. And we don't have everything we need here. Animation avatar. Particles. So we need to copy this from here. Copy. I could have sworn animation avatar was just a clone of, there's avatar. So yes, this is pointing to the wrong. It's somewhere in here. There it is. It's so tiny. So the node itself needs to be brought up. There's going to be some problems with this. I'm beginning to think So I think it had to be editable children, right? Animation playback track, particles, okay. Yep, that's pretty much it. I love it. Okay, so if we have something like this, bah. You know, another way we could do this, if we don't put it on the actor and it's just its own thing, we can just sort of move it around where we need it to go. So like if you look at, if I turn on collision shapes, you'll see that that's what I'm doing for the direction choosing cursor. It's there. You see it over in the corner right here. It's there. And then I just move it where I need it to be and make it visible. So like right there, it moved. And then it just stays there until it needs to move again. So we could just have a cache of hit point like thingies. And that way it's not on every single actor. And we just have as many as we could possibly need. Yeah, you just gotta hand it to me, sweetie. Of course. I love your shirt. Really give it to me, okay? You're handing it to me in a way where I gotta kind of bend and like come over next to me next time, okay? Okay. That way I don't drop it. Here you go. Okay. Okay, well it's too small, right? Can you turn it, sweetie? Sweetie, can you please turn it down? Hey, love, can you turn it down? Okay. Like I mean by like a significant amount. Thank you. So this is weird though, using the mesh. I kind of get what Irad's talking about, where so the other problem with this is it's on the same animation player. So that does create a problem. Because it's only going to be playing one track per thing for the actor. So I almost think that the whole HP thing itself should really be on the particle system. Or whatever we're calling this. But the problem is we trigger particle animations as well. So again, I'm leaning on some sort of floating utility for hit points. So let's do that. So we're gonna do a new scene. hit point. Stats. I don't know. Battle. Actor stats. Battle. Actor. Battle. Stats. Sure. Sure. Actor battle stats. That sounds fine. And then mesh. What is it? Label 3D? Or was it mesh? It's just a mesh instance. Mesh instance. 3D. Quick load. Text mesh. Delicious text mesh. Man, I remember my grandpa used to take me out to get text mesh. With lots of good memories. Actually, I have really sore memories about my grandparents taking me to Taco Bell. Should I trauma dump on my audience again? What do you guys say? I like that I reverse trauma dump. Usually it's the chat that does it to the streamer. And I get to do it to you guys. New, we'll call it hit points. I guess we'll just do lower skate. Like, does anyone have a rule of thumb for when they do animation track names? As far as like, what casing? So we'll do positioning. We'll have it bounce. So we'll bounce it. We'll scale it. Scale it, and we'll slightly rotate it. And no audio. And then we could do some sort of particle effect, right? Do we have like a dust? So Godot shaders, smoke, dust. Footsteps. Where's those little cloud smoke? It's like that song from Live called Selling the Drama. Right, guys? Should I put that on? To eat a nacho, to love a taco, and to bite and feel the crunchiness. To poop on... God, I gotta stop. What do you think about Gouda Mentor bagel? Like the Dementors from Harry Potter? Gouda Mentor. Oh! I like it. Should have added activated charcoal to make the bagel black. Ooh. I don't know. Forgood about it. But yeah, I don't know for Harry Potter. I like to eat tacos. Eating Taco Bell. Tacos that taste really good. And to eat nachos. Hello, Decent, what's up? So this is position. So I feel like it should come from the top down. So maybe it falls first. So scale from 0. Like, no. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, this seems pretty decent, guys. We like it. So, kind of bounces in. Should it bounce up? Like is or fall in? I don't know, that seems pretty good. So now if we did have a particle, just pretty decent. I know. But first, I just got to get it going. Then we're going to add it to the scene. We got to set up a cache of these. Isn't there a dragon? Isn't there a flame dragon?
We were making things out of clay. I dreamed that
That's funny.
I know.
So here's what we're going to do. Delete this. So as we're falling, we're stretched. And then bam, when we hit the ground, we squish. And then we flatten out. So we're stretched on the Y. We squish it. So we end up smaller. Oops, we're changing the wrong one. Okay. So I can't just throw a mesh on here. Like I can't throw a resource on here, right? No, just a preloader. So that means I need to have a, because anytime this text mesh changes, it's going to do it for everything, right? So, and I can't just throw... And this has to have an actual location. So I can't do it that way. So we basically need a bunch of text meshes. Oh man, I get IRAD. I get why this is kind of a problem. So do I procedurally create the text mesh? I think I might need to. Okay. Okay, so let's set up the number of hit points that we can cache. And I guess it should just be one for... I mean, see, this is the funny thing. If it's one per actor, then why not just put it on the actor? animation avatar. We throw it in here. There's a way to set it up on a mesh as well, where you can How am I doing that on the direction stuff? So on the direction meshes, I set up something. Albedo. Depth draw mode. So it's under transparency. No depth test, that's what we want. So now it should always be on top of the avatar no matter what. Yeah, okay. So that's good. Play hipless. And reset. So how do I key these resets? Does anyone know how to do that? How do I say this is a reset? Can I copy these? Copy, reset? No. Hit points, animation. Edit. So reset for scale. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right, there we go. So now, if we do hit points. Okay. So then we just trigger this animation in here, and we need to set the you need hot reloading. Sounds like you need some hot reloading. I'm getting to that point where I need to get that going. So, sweetie, I think it's probably time to wrap up and get ready to go for Mama. Good job today, sweetie. Okay, so what I was saying is on the actor, every time I think I'm about to get rid of the actor script, it comes back. So here we can create our resource for our... Yeah, I just told her to go inside. And text mesh. Text mesh. So private text mesh. Text mesh equals new. So that's that. So now each one has a mesh. And then we probably need to set up the font and all that crap too. We can at least set this font size. Public override. But the game's coming along, Cobalt. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you about that. I need to do shout out to IRAD as well. See, I'm being a bad host. Shout out to IRAD. And I've got to go use the restroom because I'm an old man apparently. And I'm wearing pants that are far... You know what it is? I've got this belt on super tight, like company's coming over. Like a moron. Be right back. Hey, you dancing? Are these the songs you're playing? Just making sure. All right, I missed. Yeah, I made a bunch of decisions early on. I regret. Let's see. I had the same problem when I was testing forms in my online shop. Can you reduce the loading time or load the things that you need for the tests? Yeah, I made a bunch of decisions early on that I'm regretting. Yesterday, I spent the entire day rewriting the information display system so that it will work under all the different game statuses, not just when the inventory is open. Probably have a bunch of extra images in my texture folder that I'm not going to use and likely I never will. That could slim down a lot. That would probably help. I'm not sure if this is exactly how it works, but yeah, I mean, if you have a load, you have a load, you know? Like, if you can set things up so you can write code and test it while the game is running, then you don't need to reload to test the new code. This is Unity, so okay. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know about Unity. Font size we're going to say is 32. Okay, so we have our text mesh font. And then we got to assign that to our HP Mesh Instance 3D here. So let's go ahead and... Yeah, I added a loading screen to my game. It's a load once kind of game. But it does sound like maybe you need to move over to... If it's a long thing or something, maybe it need to be something dynamic. So we have a Mesh Instance 3D. We're going to call it HP Mesh Instance 3D. HP equals get node Mesh Instance 3D. Percent paste. Okay, then we need to assign the mesh. So Mesh Instance 3D dot mesh equals text mesh. There's that. Unity excludes assets that are not used when you do a build, but it's helpful to keep them in a separate folder if they aren't used. Yeah, and yeah, that's the other thing is it might just be worthwhile to investigate certain Is the world procedurally generated, Cobalt? I forget if that was like a pre-baked thing or not. It is. It might be the procedural generation. You could just time the different aspects of the load and figure out where it's slowest and then target that. For my game, it is the resource loading. That's what takes the longest. And then actually, the first time you open my game, if you're on a potato computer, it takes a while because it's building out all of the. It builds out all the shaders, and that's all CPU bound, and so that if you're on a potato, that can take a while. Okay, so now we have the battle stats. We have a text mesh that we can adjust the text for. We just need to trigger the animation and update the mesh value to be what we want it to be. So if we just add a setter here, public void set edge HP string. I guess technically it's just an integer. Int value. And then we say text mesh. Text equals plus dot value to string. Is value a reserved word? Is it plus? There we go. Got to go to the kids' cross-country meet. All right. I hope they do great. Need a status update? All right. Let me show you. Hopefully nothing's broken right now. We're just working on our hit, like HP value indicator thing. So I'm working on animating like hit point stuff. But this is what's going on, Jotson. We'll do a shout out to Jotson. Jotson's a great guy. Amazing streamer, really supportive of my stream, and I really appreciate it. And he's working on ridiculous shipping. So definitely give him a follow. Check him out. Game he's working on in Godot. And it's really amazing. It's really coming along. It's starting to look like it's always great when it's like, oh my god, it's a real game. It's really happening. Okay, so I'm gonna cancel this out for now, right now, because I'm in the middle of refactoring this. But yeah, you work on something for so long, and it's like, you know, for me, it's constant. Like, trust me. This is gonna be a thing. So here's where we're at so far. We just got some cursor stuff going on here. Let me show you this. Oh, hang on. Let me get rid of the collision shapes. And I'll turn the music down. Oops. Or rewind it, apparently. Okay, here we go. So, the thing that we just got working is we're doing a lot of mouse stuff, Johnson. So we got cursor movement for the mouse. I don't know if you've seen that. And then if you right-click and move the mouse around, you can rotate around, you know. So there's like, you kind of expect the behavior for mouse support. And then when you let go, it snaps back on one of the nearest 45 degree for the isometric view. So there's that. Did a lot of fixing to the rotation stuff, the math on the rotation and everything. So it's that's definitely coming along. We have the ending position stuff is also supports the mouse. As well, and you can still use, like, I don't have to use the mouse. I can still use the keyboard or the controller as well. So that's nice. Oh yeah, you can do this too. I didn't even know. I was like, oh, can you do the rotation stuff on? Yeah, you can. That makes sense because how I'm doing checking for when you're allowed to do that. So, but yeah, this is coming along here, and then. Yeah, the AI is doing its thing. But the major stuff that we have left on the list that we need to kind of tackle for the prototype is to, oops, let me go over to Obsidian right here. So this is a list of kind of remaining stuff. A bug that we found, which don't know why that's like that. This whole thing should be like, oh, if I delete that, oops. Okay, well, I'm just gonna leave that alone. Yeah, we have a how do we escape from certain modes if you're only using the mouse? So we're gonna have to tackle that issue. There's an issue with the range attacks, and then a confirmed move position. We also want to have it where you confirm your move position. So we're going to use like a Destiny style press and hold to confirm approach. And right now we're just working on the hit points for the abilities to pop up some sort of like, here's how much damage you did kind of thing. So I'm just getting that cooking right now. We're getting that going. So that's what's going on. And we need to mirror the scene, instantiate actor battle stats here and make it scene unique. Just need to get my level up skill point tree functioning, and then I have a working prototype that can test and played. Yeah, I'd be interested in checking out Cobalt. What's the plan after wrapping up the prototype? The prototype I'm going to just throw into... I have a playtesting channel on my Discord, so I have a couple of people that are interested in checking it out. I'm going to release it on itch as well. So I'm going to kind of work on like the presentation, like the pitch for the game. But after that point, once we have the prototype like kind of locked in, and the prototype is really just essentially like, hey, how much of this is like Final Fantasy Tactics? But after that, then it's time to really build the game, and that's when we go for the true vertical slice. And I actually wanted, since you're here, I was going to bring up something. I got to go say bye to my kids real quick. I'll be right back. Give me like a minute and a half. So, yeah, I just gotta say goodbye. So for this prototype, is it just that you are in a battle? See if you can win. Yeah, just play the game. It's really to find out if there's something about it that doesn't work on somebody's hardware or something, and also to make sure I can do a proper like export and get it on people's hands, and it's like gonna work. So that's the big thing. K-Tronics, thanks for the follow. So that's really just it. It's just to just make sure, is this like working for you? Is there something weird graphically? Like does the gameplay like, and if they happen to find a bug or whatever, then but yeah, it's going to be a little boring. I've got to get a heal in. So before Friday, I need to get some sort of heal going. And then after that, because it's not really, for some people it might be challenging, for other people not at all. But it's really just to kind of say, okay, like I've got something, because I've been working on this for so long. I mean, the last release I did looked like cricket.itch.io/Norsepunk. The last build I did looked like this. So this is where we're going. This is like the last thing I released. Is it currently just... yeah. So so that's the thing, is like making the actual game means build the stages, build the abilities, build the textures, build the way that the characters are going to look on the screen, build the way that the attacks are going to be like jazzed up and all that kind of stuff, and like work on the AI, balance the AI, make it more challenging, blah, blah, blah. So like basically just make the entire game at that point. But the main thing is that I've been talking to my buddy about like the design of the game and what is it going to look like and how's it going to play and everything like that. And we've sort of struck onto a concept that is, we can't square with Norse mythology or the idea of like Vikings or Norsemen or whatever you want to call it. And so we're kind of at a crossroads with that, where it's like we might go in a direction that's not that at all. And so that's because we hit upon this like mechanic for the game, this idea for a mechanic where it's definitely better suited for a different sort of genre, I guess you'd say. And so we are just going to explore the mechanic. That's what I'll be working on next, is exploring this mechanic and seeing if it makes for interesting gameplay within the confines of isometric, grid-based, turn-based, and then adding this mechanic onto it. So you can extend or make your own mythology. That's really cool and differentiates you because the narrative will be unique. Yeah. So we have an idea for that, but we just I need to explore the mechanic more than anything. But the prototype really is to say, because originally when I was doing the game, I was releasing like every day I had a new release out on itch. And then I just started going in this direction where I stopped that cycle. And so the prototype release is to be like, okay, I'm getting back on that horse. And then I may make the project private on itch if I'm going to be doing releases all the time. Or like you have to, I don't know how that's going to work. But then we'll start working on actually making the game. So hopefully that makes sense. But I think that because of the style of game this is, I have to get it in people's hands as quick as possible and get people playing it so that I can find out, like, I can always cheese the AI if I do this, and I can, that kind of thing I have to find out about quicker. Like, the sooner I can find out about that, the better. And sort of determine what I'm going to do about those things. There's also like a ton of like, I remember watching some videos about how The Sims was developed and how like the game wasn't even playable until the very end. And because it was more about balancing everything and like getting the systems going and then taking what you had and balancing it, and they balanced it right at the end, so it wasn't really a true game until the end. And so that's part of like what I'm doing with building this prototype is it's like right at the tail end as we get towards Friday that I'll be like sort of balancing the enemy and the abilities and stuff like that, so it's actually more challenging. Fallout 76 wasn't even play out for release. Yeah. This is true. Yeah, I get you. I'm in the same boat because I want to put this game out for sale, but at the same time, players need to play it, tell me what they think. Yeah. Luckily, I can fuzz things through testing. I can test things through the AI. I can have the game play itself, so there's that. So that's useful. So if I just turn off, like, the first actor here is friendly, and if I put that back onto AI, then the game just is going to play itself, basically. So as we build out stages and stuff like that, we can kind of build scenarios for what's the actors going to look like on the battlefield for that particular stage or whatever, and then give them that, like, fuzz a bunch of combat scenarios and stuff, and just make sure everything's But yeah, the genre may change for sure. The genre may change for sure. And it's actually something that I'm kind of excited about, like if we do happen to do it. Okay, so thank you. But I think, I don't know, I'm going to run into a problem with playtesters of boring the hell out of them if I'm not careful. So the idea of like these like plopped out things of like, okay now, I think is kind of important. Like things are different. Try it now. Instead of like, I'm not sure. I'm kind of torn on it because it's like if I'm constantly like ticking away at it. Here's a new update. Here's a new update. Nothing's different, but these things are fixed. Nothing's different, but these things are fixed. Then I kind of burn people out that way too. So yeah, this is more, yeah, you got what I mean. So actor, battle stats. So let's see if we can get the HP to bounce, to show up a number and show something. Okay, so we're not getting that error anymore. All right, now that we have all this, we have set HP. We set the text mesh text, and then we're going to trigger the animation. So so we have actor battle stats, get node, and then there's actually an animation player here that we're going to play. And so this is just going to be animation player because it's just in the root. And there it is. Animation player. And then animation player. Play hit. I believe that's what it's called. Really complex stuff. Hit points. Hit points. Okay. Now, we have to cue this. So we might actually want to... Okay. 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 We'll just give this a shot. Recipient health, recipient damage. So if we have damage, so then we're going to pass the damage. So it's not a plus, it'll be a minus. For now, we're just manually assigning it a value here. But whether it's a positive or a negative number, that's what we can use to determine that. But I just want to get this working. So now we need to, on the actor itself, so we have actor here. Are we grabbing the... No. So actor sprite equals game dot actor actors, sprites, actor. That's a mouthful. Actor sprite dot set HP. And so it's not really set HP. Set HP change. How about that? Effects, recipients, damage. This is the recipient though. So we want to get the sprite for okay. So there's that. So the only thing about this animation is that we really need the visibility to go away, I guess. We can fade it out. We'll do something fancy to get rid of it, like when we choose it. But when we start, we are going to make it visible, and then it won't be visible. Just like that. Okay. And then on reset, visible is false. Yo, Sorrow. Okay. Does this work? Find out. I didn't see crap. I didn't see crap. So, just to be sure, so that's on damage. Okay. Whoa, I've never seen him do that before. And it is seeing an animation player. So we're procedurally setting the we're creating a text mesh here. So the thing that we might not be doing is actually setting up a font. If the font is empty, are we okay? It looks like we're okay. So we have a font size. Are we actually setting up, is this a real, is text mesh a thing? Like, is this a real thing? You know what? We haven't, HP. Okay, let's just make sure this is real. You know what? I should just do this the real way. Let's do this in Visual Studio. Can't wait to get DAP working in Vim. How about you just let me program? Thank you. Okay, so let's make sure this is real. And we'll break here as well. Okay, so that's an actual node. This is an actual mesh instance. And we're assigning it to a text mesh. Okay, so that, now, just to confirm. Okay. So what I could do temporarily is to just not assign the mesh to anything else. And but let's continue on. This is going to repeat for 10 other actors. And the game is going to start. And okay, so we set the mesh text to something. Go forward and -5. Then we get battle stats, which it's finding. And we get the animation player, which we're finding. And then we try to play hit points. Now, did I spell this wrong? Let's see. So there's an animation player here, and we have hit points. So the possibility here is that, let's see, we'll go over to hit points and hit play. Okay, and we set the, let's just run this on the animation avatar and just make sure this is like a real hit points. There it is. And this is inside the mesh, right? It's drawing over the mesh. Yes. Every day I chip away at my tactics game and ask myself, why did I do this to myself? I've thought about how this is going to be a long haul thing, and the risk is really high, especially because it's a tactics game. There's not really a big audience for it. I've definitely thought about how I'm probably going to miss the wave that'll likely happen after the remake of Final Fantasy Tactics comes out. If it's an actual remake, if it's not just a flip of the mobile game. And how likely I'm gonna miss that. So those are the thoughts that have run through my mind 100%. Is it too small? Am I just not seeing it? Okay, let me try it again here, and we can hide the actors if we need to, just to see if it's showing up. I've had some weirdness with playing animations though, where like if I don't save it a certain way, if it's not, but that's why I'm trying to use reset so specifically. So yeah, we're not seeing anything. Let's just hide the actors on the battlefield, their meshes. So for each of these actors, we can just there's battle stats. Okay, so let's just hide the avatar. Because maybe this is some sort of there it is. Okay, so it's just teensy tiny. It's too tiny for us. Okay, let's make it bigger. It's too teensy tiny, boys. Too teensy tiny. Let's triple this. Or 128. We're gonna quadruple. And see if that affects anything. I'm still not seeing it, but I did uncomment. Okay, let's expand. It is gray. That's not helping likely. And we do need it to face the camera. But I'm thinking that we're sharing an issue with the draw order. So here's what we can do to kind of make this more easy to test. Let's go back over to the animation player, and we're never gonna hide the visibility of our hit points, and let's also make it visible from the get-go here. And then we should just have some HP visible always on the screen. If we can't see it, then we know that we're fighting a different problem. I don't see it. So let's expand all this again. And we're just going to hide. Go actor. Like this. No, it's not actor, it's avatar. Avatar. There we go. Hide all those. We should see some floating stats. And then we can just leave one of them open and get the... We don't see any. Negative Ghost Rider. So stop the game. Stop the presses. Actor battle stats. Now it's saved. Now it's saved as visible. Ah, but the problem is our rotation and scale is yes. Okay. Let's go to these. The scale. Rotation's fine. The scale is nothing. So we'll go to OG size. Now we should see something. Come on. Should be something here. Why am I not seeing it? Do I have to play it? Reset? No. Hit points. Play that. Now I don't see anything. WTF, mate? What is going on? Oh, is it super tiny? Yeah, it's super tiny. Okay. It's like, why can't I see it? This is part of the problem. Okay, there it is. And for our testing purposes, we're going to make it to that 128 that we want. So quadruple the size there. Run it again here. And again, so I think this is a draw order issue. The mesh. So let's see. I set up the material to have no depth test, but I wonder if it's still possible that the visibility. Oh, you know what? The the one where no, the material should still be there. We're just changing. No, we are changing the mesh, so we need to assign the material as well. Gosh, I hate this stuff. I hate this. If I have to procedurally generate this, it becomes a nightmare. Okay, so that's what's going on. We don't have a material that has. We have to make it unique, and then save as. And then, yeah, this will be HP Mesh. And this is named Battle Stats. It'll be Actor Battle Stats Material. Okay. And then, if we're changing the mesh, we need to set the material back. Gosh, this sucks. Such a pain in the ass. And why do I have to do all this? Because we need to have a dynamic text mesh. That's why. So if I change the mesh, then when we instantiate the text mesh, so we got to say text mesh dot material. And I don't think we can just go like equals whatever. But we can try. So resource loader. But see, I don't even think we can do. I think we still have to instantiate it, right? So we'll see. It's resource loader load, and then we get the path. And I'm just kind of doing this really fast. A lot of these are going to need to go in globals and stuff. So this isn't where everything's going to live. Cannot implicitly convert. Oh, thanks for not. Thanks for that. Yeah, that's what I wanted. There we go. It's not a material, it's a resource. Load. Can we specify material though when we do this? I don't think so. Oh, okay. We don't have to instantiate? I guess because we're loading. Okay. Globals are illegal. So we supposedly maybe have the material. We're going to do this the lazy way. Like that. Okay, that doesn't tell me what it is. Oh, that's because I didn't. Oh man, this is gonna be a long stream today too, and I'm already acting like I'm a loopy little guy. I am a loopy little dude. There we go. Okay, so standard material 3D. So Let's hide a couple of these guys. I don't see it. Ugh. So what happens if we go over to actor? Here it is. What if we go over to animation avatar? There it is. Reset on save. We've done that. So if we don't set the material, if we don't change the mesh, then it should really show up now. And then we'll know we're screwing it up when we're trying to replace it. Yes. Okay. So this is getting hosed as we try to replace it. So what part of that process are we screwing up? So we don't have to instantiate anything because it's not, right? I didn't think, can we just assign a material like that? So when we print it out now, nothing comes out. Interesting. Oh, that's because we're not, okay. Mesh instance. Get surface material, set surface material. Surface. Set surface material. Hang on a second. So this is the current material of the primitive mesh. Surface material override. Is this... That's for the... So let's say surface material. So if I change the mesh, this won't change. Transparency, no depth test. Let's reload. Here it is. Okay. Now that we know that's what's going on. Okay. So reset that. And then actor. Okay, let's see what this looks like in practice. Was nobody attacking anybody? Bro, what? It's a peaceful run here. And it just disappears. Ah! Okay. Okay. So we want to tween the we want to have the stats facing the we don't want shadows applied to it. Obviously it needs to face the camera. And our tweening is on the mesh itself. And so the actual stat window, make peace, not war. You're doing great. Continue working. Thanks, Sean. So we want like that. This is good though because we can should be able to replace that is what I'm thinking. Font size can't go over 128. So it might be best for, I'm guessing that if we scale the font, we're actually making a more complicated mesh. So we might actually need to set the font size and then scale the mesh up so that we're not creating too many triangles. I don't think it's going to be that big a deal, but obviously trying to set the font size is a way of scaling the size of the font to what we want it to be. We've reached the maximum. So that doesn't help us really. Okay, and then our animation player is playing the position of this. So we actually want to set the battle stats, not the mesh. Not the mesh position. So the transform of the battle stats is what I mean. So I think we're doing 4 above. Seemed right. So we'll go to actor and we'll put it 4. And then if we go back to the original battle stats, set the mesh transform back to 0. And hit points. Okay. So I think we can hide this again. So we can set that to not be visible after it's run. And let's just see if we're getting something right. Okay, it's a little too high up. But now when it plays, I think nothing happens. That's cool. Okay, so that's looking right. Let's go back to here and set this to be the reset will be not visible. Okay. Wait, did you stream Cobalt? So can we shadows? How do I have this not deal with? Is it in the environment settings? Like, there we go. Unshaded. So unshaded will make it like ultra bright with no shadows. It's like finding Bigfoot. Yeah, exactly. He's back. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there, boys. We're getting there. Battle stats. We'll bring it down a little bit. And we need to set the text now. Can we do that? Can we do that? And then we need to point it to the direction of the camera. So that's the last big hurdle here, is to look at the camera. So actor battle stats, we say theater. Is theater a well, you know what? God, I can't. Man, it's like once I got used to typing in I can't do it. So set HP change text mesh text. So that didn't do anything. But can we do this? Or do we have to? That's replacing the text mesh. Okay, so let's see if this works. We should hopefully start to see real numbers. Yep. All right, so now we just need to look at the camera. Hell yeah, we're almost there, boys. Okay, so. So we're going to say theater. No. Okay, so now the stats should look at the camera. Oh my goodness, we're getting some hit stats. So this is another pattern that we're going to end up using. So developing this is good. Are we looking at it backwards though? No. So look at isn't working. Okay, and we are getting an error every time, so it's probably a null. Look at failed. Up vector. Oh, we need to set an up vector. Are aligned. What does that mean? It rotates the node so that the local forward axis points towards the target position. The local up axis points as close to up vector as possible while staying perpendicular. What is that error about? Up vector and direction between origin and target are aligned. Oh, we're not look. Oh. We want to look at the. Yes. Okay, so we're looking at the right. We're on the same. Okay, yeah. Okay. Dude, do it. Let me do a shout out to Cobalt. Streams at night. North America. Good guy. Hopefully you start streaming again. That would be cool to see your game, the work on your game. Come on. I don't think Throwstone does any damage for some reason. It's working. It's backwards though. How do we fix that? How do we fix that? I believe we need to set use model front. I think we need to set our up right. Forward. What's the default for look at? This is the default. So that's the Y. Up, down. Maybe use model front equals true. Maybe your mom. I'm so stupid. Don't be stupid like me. Whoops, we're in the wrong thing. If use model front is true, the plus Z axis, the asset front, is treated as forward, implies plus X is left, and points towards the target position. By default, the negative Z axis, camera forward, is treated as forward, implies plus X is right. But can't I fix this? Rotates the node so that the local forward, negative Z, negative Z. So if we do back, if I give it back, that should do it. So if I say look at, comma, vector 3 back, that's the same thing. My mom does equal true. Son of a bitch! No! It's not what we want. Okay, I'm going to go with my instinct and say up. So much for reading. Who needs reading when you have raw animal instinct? Okay. Down. Try that. Is it going to be flipped upside down? See, we need a way of rebuilding stuff without having to reload. Darn loads. So forward and back, isn't it? Model front. Model rear is -1. Model front would be -1. We're gonna do fine. We'll do it. Justin's probably right. I try so hard. In the end, doesn't even matter. So vector 3 forward and then true. Forward and then true. Okay. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I can't wait to not look at this scene again. I did the exact same thing as back. So back had the same net result. And just to confirm that vector 3 forward is up. So up. Up is the one that's using. Okay. Ugh. Sorry, guys. Oh, this simple thing. Some dudes out there programming games like, blah, got it. Blah, quaternion, yeah. Blah, basis. Blah, 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 blah. Euler. Blah, 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 blah. No problem. You know who that is? That's Johnson. He's got this engineering background, so he's like, oh, math? Oh, yeah. He's like, bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Uh. Damn it! It's still not right. If I rotate the camera, if I keep it this way, it's right. Well, this is already giving a ton of information to the player that just wasn't there before. Whoop! There's the Mary Poppins. Okay, so that's definitely a part of the jump algo. But yeah, if we rotate the camera, the look at is not actually facing the camera. You know, I forgot to take the trash out today, guys. Yeah, it was trash day. One nice thing about the he's down for the count. Oldie's just running away. Okay, well, we've almost got this. We've almost got this. Okay. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bummer. We don't want the camera to look at, that's for sure. So it's just looking at the camera position. But if the camera rotates, its position should change drastically. In brighter news, you've inspired me to open my indie games scene for the first time since like spring. Global position. Fair point. I think that might be it. That's good, Hella Decent. I'm glad. I'm actually starting to get feedback from people. I'm starting to get feedback from people who are like, oh, this actually seems like... I've gotten 2 Steam page questions. So that's good. And... yeah, I feel like even though to me this looks like nothing right now. Okay, we'll rotate. We did it. Okay. So we also technically want the look at to fire if we rotate mid combat, or we don't allow rotations to happen when an attack animation is playing. So we have a few ways to solve that particular problem, but right now if it's popping up and we're doing a rotation, it's going to look weird. So like that, see it so at this point though too, I wonder how much it matters that it's 3D, and we might be able to just drop the mesh thing in its entirety and still get the stretching and everything without having to have a whole 3D system to draw it all. Okay. Thank you for your help, Justin. Oh, he's locked up in his cage right now. I probably should go play fetch with him. All right, I think our neighbor's gone. Look at that ladybug walking by. Oh no, that's a spider. Oh, he just suicided. Oh no! Oh no, that spider was like. Why did he do that? Poor guy. Super fun reacquainting myself with all the models I made for the project. Oh, that's right. You're a Maya guy, right? Let me do a shout out to Tom Millman, of course. Tom Millman, professional nudist game developer. He's on Only Devs. Those eyebrows. That is too good. Oh my god. The combination. That's even a thing. Oh no. Oh no. Keep it going, Tom. Don't stop. Okay, well, we've got some hit points. That's good. There's more to come with that, and it's a first pass. It's kind of crappy. So let's go ahead and. Okay, actor battle stats animation first pass is go. And this is weird because I definitely committed director. I don't know why it's showing. I'm a hot potato in here. Ugh, I hate this time of year because I have to wear something warm and then it warms up and it's gross. It's gross. All right, how long have we been going? Because I'm feeling the steam start to de-steamify. Let's see. I mean, if I can get most of these done. So this is done. Oh my gosh, this is pretty good, guys. We're making some good time here. Shorts, tank top with optional hoodie. Yeah. Eventually it gets so cold here that I have to wear like hacker gloves, you know? Because my fingers just get so cold. He will continue for hours. Confirm move position. I'd like to confirm your move position. You know what might help is if I get some music on here. You know, music makes the people come together. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. When I worked in Underscore Studios in Chicago, I adorned some of those gloves. The winter, the office is so cold. Yeah, the thing that sucks too is you can never really get them warm. Like if it's just cold enough in the room you're in, and it's really cold outside, when you come in, you'll never be able to feel like they're warm. So the teleporting issue appears to be related to So here's a question. So if we're in the game and we're like primarily a mouse user, what are we expecting to happen? Let me show you what I mean. So if we go here, well, you know what would help is if I could actually play the game. So make this a character we can control. Okay. Here's my question. Here is the question. So, if we are, let's say we're only using mouse and we choose to move and we want to go back, we changed our mind. How are we doing that? That's the question. Do we have like a little escape thing, or do they press escape on the keyboard like a keyboard user would? Okay, let's work on the confirmation dialogue thing. So I think we can do something with isn't there some way with user interface and a progress bar, texture progress bar, left to right, clockwise. I don't want to do this in code. Oh god, this is the worst about web. I don't want that shit. I don't want it to be React either. I just want the... Circular texture bar in Godot. It's like they know. It's like they know. Watch on YouTube. Loud noises. Okay. So let's open up Krita. And we'll do 128. Okay. We need to somehow recreate a circular progress bar. And we're drawing nothing here. File, new vector layer. And we want a shape with it's a vector, right? There we go. And we're going to say transparent. Mesh gradient. How about none? There we go. Okay, so now we're going to say snap to, show grid. Snap to grid. And 16. And thickness. Oh, God. Subdivision. So let's say 8. There's a fly that's just like, hey bro, what's up, bro? It's like, nah, I'm good, man. Nah, bro, just want to say hi, bro. I'm good. No, bro, no, what's up, bro? Leave me alone. It's like a gnat. This thing's got to be thick. Okay. It's looking pretty thick. Oh, man. So that could be like the non-fill. Wait. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. You want to chuck one? Come on, bro. You afraid, bro?
Afraid of a little frog like me, bro? Don't worry, bro. Got nothing to worry about, bro. It's fine, bro. Don't worry, bro. I'm just a frog, bro. What are you worried about, bro? I like the idea of like Kermit just being this like subtle pressure, just pressuring people. Like, he's just the worst. Ah, Kermit, he's the worst. He's always making fun of me, straight to my face. But always like that he would be like over and under. What the hell's that? Quick load. Isn't there a way to choose this and have it be... Can't I make this into a slider when I click on it? All right, well, that's the idea. Yep, you can. How, Munglo? Oh. All right. We're going to do solid white. And then this one's going to be black and white. Uncle, why do you say it like that? Like what? Like a Southern lawyer? What do you mean? Well, you're doing it right now. I don't know how else to describe it. What are you talking about? Well, I mean, you're doing it right now. What am I doing? Oh, man. Can we just go to McDonald's, Uncle? What? That is what I am trying to do. I have been trying to go McDonald's for... Why do I have these like skits in my head? What is that about? I don't understand. I don't understand, guys. What? Why? All right. Bring her in. Ooh, yeah, this is not... This is not doing what I hoped it would be doing. What did you hope it would do? What was it? What? Why, I am asking a simple question. DA Colonel Sanders in a thrilling adventure. My Your Honor. It is as hot. I'm as hot as a lizard in August. Example, export property hint range. It's so bad. What do you mean it is bad? Why, it is the most perfect. I have never heard a representation of the Southern accent. There is no equal. Smells sitcom. Okay. I'm still in C sharp, yeah. I see, for the export. But like there's not a, I see what you're saying, Munglo, but there's not a way like right here I can just press a button and hold it and have it be a slider for something that already exists in the I just shout out to Munglo. Munglo developing all kinds of cool stuff for Godot as well, C sharp, doing procedurally generated dungeon stuff and just all over the place. All over the map. That's what he is. So this thing, this is not a circle, by the way. So Krita can't actually draw circles properly. This is lovely. Because that is not a circle, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just eyeballing it. This, zoom in. This ain't a circle. I don't know what they think this is. But that is not a circle. My guess is there's some rounding happening on top of it. It's causing this problem.
Okay, well. Well, that's what I'm using. I'm in the vector. This is a vector. These are vector shapes right here. And this is a vector layer. And then when we save, it's rasterized. I think I'll just do this for the I don't know. Krita lets you do both. Yeah, but I can save as SVG, I believe. I could be wrong. I don't see it here. But anyways, we're just getting the technical things out of the way. Let's not get too hung up on the other stuff. I, for one, love. I, too, love vector art in this courtroom. It is splendiferous. Indubitably. I too felt he had to die. There we go. New progress save, yes. We're gonna crash. What's going on? I lost the mouse. I lost the mouse. Where'd my mouse go? Why did my mouse disappear? There it is. That was weird. There we go. That looks like a progress bar. Okay, so we have something. Now we're going to put this. Where do we put this? Where do we put this? So here's the problem with this. Where do we put it? So, I guess if we're using the mouse, we put it on the mouse. Right? So we change the mouse cursor to it. So when we're picking like a spot, it loads really quick. But if we're using the regular cursor, can we even make a progress bar a texture for the mouse? Do we hide the mouse and show the texture? Oh my god, this actually, like, holy smokes. Me with the tag when you get a second. Oh. Yeah, if I have enough, let me see. I don't have that many artist tags. Incoming ad break. Incoming! Where do I go? Creator dashboard. Community? No. Roles manager. Can't add any more artists. Is there anybody that maybe hasn't been here in a long time? I haven't seen Pocky Socks in forever. Where's Pocky Socks? All right, we'll remove. And then we'll add. And actually, we need Jacob. We need to set Jacob up as a VIP. All right, Jacob's a VIP. And a Woogie. Devro, is Devro already a VIP? I don't think Devro's a VIP. Yeah, Devro is. Woogie. Face. Is it underscore? What is it? Devro is VIP. Little Doctor. We need a little. Well, hell, hold on now a second. Little Doctor games. We got so many that we need to. Okay, so VIP. Save. Add new. Hella decent games. Artiste. Those artist badges are few and far between. Johnson. Save. Add. Trying to. Mungalo, we can throw Mungalo in there. Justin helps. Oh my gosh, there's so many I need to. What am I doing? Ad starts in 2 minutes. Ad starts at 2! Mudbound's not even a. Mudbound. Hang on. Mudbound. Woogie face. Why is it not showing? It's like showing a million Woogies, but not Woogie face. Why is that? I can't find Woogie in my list. It won't let me do him. Is he already here? Oh, he's already here. Oh, he's already a VIP. All right. That's okay. Mariano's there. Who are we missing? Jacob, we did. Right. Second favorite. Got a VIP second favorite. his avatar. Second favorite's avatar gets me. Sean Dewhurst. VIP. Nymphis Macaroon. Of course, Nymphis has no tags next to Macaroon. I always say Macaroon. Macron. Save. Who else we got? Redstone. Oh yeah, Redstone's already a mod, so I can't VIP a mod. It's weird like that. Little Doctor. I did a Little Doctor, right? Did I do? Yeah. Sorrow. Nope, can't do Sorrow. Sorrow's a mod. Todd makes. Let's do Todd. Is this officially just me playing favorites right now? Fox Hollow. Getting the raids from Fox Hollow.
Shout out to Foxholo. Justin helps. Of course, we got to do Justin helps. Oh my god, it won't let me. There's too many. It's like when there's multiple. I can't. Or is he already in here? Yeah. Oh, he's modded. Can I add a VIP to mod? I can't make VIPs mods. And Munglo. VIP. Our Fury. Wait, what? What's going on here? Yeah, Mungalo's VIP'd now, so we're all VIP. Everyone's VIP. Yeah, you know me. Okay, so this cursor thing is actually turning into a bigger deal than I thought. I think this is going to be actually what I'm working on for the rest of the stream. We have to hide the mouse. We have to replace the position of the mouse with the texture of the load bar. If it's not the mouse, we have to do that at the same position of wherever the highlight cursor thing is. To indicate that you're doing the thing. When you release, so there's a bunch of state that's involved in this as well. We're on an ad. I didn't notice it. All right, I'm going to go take the dog out.
hot in here. Are you ready? It's gonna be hot. Sorry. Place is a bit of a wreck. Moving stuff around. Okay. Didn't realize the commercial break was firing and made you guys wait extra long for me. Sorry about that. Calvin's going to be a little crazy, I bet. Hopefully the doggo cam is working. We shall see. Negative Ghost Rider. No, it's not even there. Okay. So we've got to adjust that. I also need to adjust the music a little loud. The music a little loud. It's better. Let's see if we can fix the camera. Munglo, you should be VIP'd now. Pattern is full. All right. I just went around and VIP'd a bunch of people. I have them, might as well use them. Jatson, you too. Whole bunch of other people. Yay! Little diamond. Oh, can you make your own icons for that stuff? That'd be neat. Okay, so what I was talking about is the progress wheel selector thingy. So I suppose pink diamond. You know, they say diamonds. All right. You gonna chill out, Kel? He's pacing. No? He shook his head no. I believe him. Oh, no, he's chilling out. Okay. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna have a universal icon of a thing. A load bar icon, right? So I don't know. We'll figure this out. Let's no. Don't say file, new scene, other node, progress, texture bar. And this will be accept, action, accept. I don't know. That's fine. Why not? Save main UI, accept action. Okay, and then we're going to say clockwise, radial fill, and under is going to be no progress bar, and then progress is going to be progress. Okay, that's that. Now we just need to prep this. And so we will go to main loading. And also globs. Okay. Config. Resource paths. Yank. Paste. Action progress. And UI Oh, it's accept action. Okay. Copy path. And the pack scene. Accept action. Then we go back to loading. And our primary resources will be accept action. Here we go. So we trigger the loading resources. And then once we've done that, we instantiate them. So then we say pack scenes accept action. Pack scene resource loader load threaded get resource path accept action. There we go. We baked it. We're baked. Now we just need to add it to the world of the game. Here, and how are we going to control... How do we control this bad boy? How are we going to handle this? I guess we could just put it in game. If we do it as a static thing... What's it called? Texture progress bar. Accept action. Progress. I don't know. That's fine. Okay, so there's that. So if we go back to loading, create scenes. Creating scenes. Game dot accept action equals packed scenes accept action instantiate texture progress bar. Okay, so that's everything for creating it, loading it, all that stuff. It's in the starting the progress bar for the load of the game. Then we just have this texture progress bar. And I suppose if we put it in 3D space, so maybe it should be maybe it should be a node 3D. I mean, we can always translate. There's a few ways we could do this. We could translate this back to screen space and just put it there. That would put it above. It would always be above everything. So if we've set its position to screen space, wherever X is. So we could just give it, and that actually makes sense because we're going to be dealing with a mouse coordinate, right? We're going to get rid of the mouse and replace it. So we also need this to take over, like it's It's a thing that has to be fulfilled before the other thing can happen, right? So, so let's call this const int accept action timer. And we'll make it, I really do think it has to be pretty short, so we'll do half a second. So it doesn't need to be a float. Okay. Good boy, Cal. Good boy. Who's your handsome boy? You're a handsome boy. Yeah. You're a handsome boy, you know that? You're the most handsome boy. The mostest. Okay, so accept action time pressed. That's what we're doing. Accept action time press goes back to 0 if it's been released. Otherwise, we're gonna count it up. Now here's the problem. If we try counting it from here, we don't have a delta. So, uh-oh. Right, guys? So what we could do is just increment we do have input event here. Except that's not a delta either. We got to do it on process. There we go. Calvin froze me. How do we get input event on a process step? It's been so long since I've done it that way. Almost never needed to do that. Input event. Gotta go. All right, we're gonna lose. See ya. Oh, it's just straight up input. So we don't even need to. Okay. So then anytime we're confirming at the same time with this, so we say accept action value equals accept action time pressed and Question is it visible as well? A bunch of stuff like that. But if it's between... If we just set the max value, get rid of the steps, I could just count up. Or we have to assume max value of 100. So like if it's half a second, equals 1. So if it's half a second and we're at 0 point, no, it's the other way around. So 0.1 divided by, yes. Okay, so we say global or config, what is it? Accept action timer divided by that. This thing needs to be added to a scene somewhere as well. It really should be in theater. It's not something we're going to put in game. So... And I guess this is private now. Or, yeah. Although technically to set it from the outside, it needs to be public. That's fine. Loading. Yeah, it can. It's right there. Horse manure. It's totally accessible from the outside. Doesn't that need to be static? It's the reference right there. What is it complaining about? Okay. Oh, because we were using a ref. Okay, okay. Gotcha. I get it. Leave me alone. Okay. So when we're Show me what you got. I don't have much to show right now. Oh, I do have hit bars. Hang on, I can show you that here in a second. We got little hit points. Yeah, we're working on the UI stuff still, getting a Destiny style load window thing. Oh, I'm frozen again because of the doggo. Or a Destiny, you know, you press and hold in Destiny. You know what I'm talking about? So we're doing something like that. It's going to be very short, very short. Yeah, he just is like, no, I didn't do anything. Whoa, the debugger's exploding. Process double. Null ref exception. 109. Null ref. Oh, we haven't instantiated the theater itself. Calm down. There we go. We'll do it here. A little bit of a race condition there. Happens to the best of us. There we go. All right, so check this out. Well, except that throw stone. I can't guarantee that you'll see it on throw stone, but if somebody comes and does a physical attack, it'll for sure hit. And I think it's because throw stone sometimes can resolve to. You know what? I'm just gonna end it, and then you'll see. Here we go. Some hit points. And a big old 5 popping up. So that's the hit points for now. We'll jazz them up even more eventually. I also think that there should probably be on the point of impact. We should have a flash on the character. We can't screen shake all the time, guys. I know that's from the book of indie game development, but we're gonna keep that for certain bigger moments, I think. The Book of Indie says, when in doubt, shake the screen. Shake it. Shake that screen. Shake it. Love that screen shake. That's the indie way. Except action time pressed. Delta. So we can put this on game. It's not static. It isn't. Okay. And we need to clamp this. So we're going to do a max here. Maximum of 2 values is going to be the config value here. So it'll never be larger than that. So now we have the timer. We add this to the scene. And now we just want to put it somewhere. It's a UI element, so I can just move the transform around, right? So like if I put it to 0, it'll be centered in the anchors. Uh-oh. 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 Can I not just move you around, baby? I just want to drag you around, babe. Like this. What's changing there? Position. There we go. Alright. So we just move the position around where we want it. That sounds good to me, Bobby. 28 pivot offset. What is that? Container sizing. I'll size you up. I'll size your container, ma'am. Loading theater accept actions. We're just throwing it in there, but we're not actually adding it to the scene. We'll do this here. So accept, but hang on now. Instantiation, pack scenes. This one, hang on. Let's check the game loading. Load scene, load stage. Theater. Okay, I'm confused. Wouldn't be the first time. Hey, shut up! I don't need that. I don't need that. Add child theater. So we want to do this before add child. So we actually want to put this here. So then this part will fire after that. Accept action timer. So add child. Okay, so now it's on the scene. It'll probably show up in the top left of the game. There it is. Okay, now in theory, yep, it changes as we press and hold. Okay, so we're almost there. Actually, this isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. So we say on any of the things that we care about. So if it's UI accept and crap. Confirm direction. So here, we'll just do it in here. It's just easier that way. But that's a nested. You could put it in the why would you why dear dry blah 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 blah, blah solid blah. Leave me alone. Accept time press equals config accept action timer, we confirm. So that's the pattern. Same thing for here. Paste that in. Same thing for here. That's the pattern. That should do it. Let's just double check UI accept. Anything with the UI accept. We want to see that accept action timer check beforehand. And it's there. Okay. So now we should have to press and hold before we can accept the action. Maybe. So if we choose to move and we want to go here and I tap it, nothing happens. But if I press and hold, also nothing happens. Lovely! Okay, so what's wrong with our timer? What is wrong? We got something wrong with some math here, boys. Let's see. Theater. UI accept math max. My guess is something's weird with max. Something's wrong with my max today. I don't know what it is. Oh yeah. Okay. That'll do it. That's not what we want. I guess it would be range. Range? No, it would be wrap. No, it would be wrap. Floor, ceiling. Ceiling? Is that for clamp? Clamp is the word we're looking for. Min and max. Okay, so we're looking for clamp, baby. Clamp. Min is 0. Okay. I like this much better than listening to music. So move. Cursor and cursor. Game accept action time pressed plus equals delta. Now, this must be wrong. So again, let's try the math here. The math ain't mathin', boys. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. We need to translate this into 100 times 100 times that, because it's going to be a number. The max will be 1. Okay, let's see if that does it. Why is it going backwards, boys? Why does it slowly decrease? No, that's not right. Okay. Let's see here. It's using keyboard. It's using the damn keyboard thing. That's the key repeating thing. Is action pressed just released? So input
Uh, okay. It's not division, it's multiplication. Okay. That is way longer than half a second, boys. So if we're adding a delta... That's not going to work either. So we would want to, it's almost like because if we subtract, God, I hate this basic it's always so embarrassing me with math. It's just shameful. So if we do it backwards and it's like 0.1 subtract 0.5, we're going to get a negative number. Hold on a sec. Okay. So it does it backwards. But that's definitely more longer than a second. Okay, so that's that. Oh, but as soon as we release... It's a double, so we're not even comparing the same values. So it needs to be a double. So this stupid stuff. And if that's the case, then we should make the global a double. Okay, so now we're apples to apples.
All right, let's check the games. Okay, so it's only checking. Okay. So pressed is only fired once on the UI event. So this fires every time. Okay, so now we just need to press the or move the load screen. We need to move it to the proper location, and it's a bit too big. I'm gonna be honest. It's a bit too big. And also it's the wheels going backwards. So we don't want that. That's good. Press and hold. And I do feel like maybe so throwstone, if I pick somebody, I have to press and hold. Okay, so that works too. Same with end. If I tap it, nothing. If I hold it down, we get it. So now we just gotta move the bar, show the bar when it's happening. So theater show. This is not how I want to be doing this. Okay, and then if we reset theater accept action visible is going to be false. Okay, so it's only showing up when we're pressing it. Okay. It does feel like maybe it's still too long. Are we doing half a second? We are. Let's do a quarter of a second. And it still shows there while I'm holding it down. See, the thing is it doesn't know the state. This is why doing all this stuff linear is so much easier. Okay. So now we just need to calculate the progress bar correctly because I'm still doing something wrong there. If we have this accept action here and I put it at values 100, it should be filled up. 50 should be halfway. Okay. And by default, we're just not showing. So we don't need to clamp. We're already clamped. I don't think that's going to fix it though. Still backwards. Okay. Gosh, I feel like I'm losing my mind, but I got it. There we go. Okay. So now we just need to move it where, depending on a few things. If we're pressing and holding with the mouse, oh my god, this just keeps getting worse. Okay. Shoot, guys. There's gotta be a better way to do this. Okay, if we had a function call that returned a bool from theater that was accept action time passed and that, then this stuff here could happen in here. We don't need this check either. It would just be accept action time passed. That's better for sure. So theater, accept action time passed, and then we got to write the function. We don't have it yet, but then it'll just return a bool. So public void bool accept action time passed. 3 references. Return false. If except game dot accept action time pressed is greater than or equal to config accept action timer, then we return true, and we also for that say accept action visible false, but while we're doing it, that's this accept action visible is true. And we return false. See, I don't know. This might work. It's cleaner. Yeah. Way better. Okay. So that's at least not as insane for the code. Now, how do we tell it where to go? We could pass something into accept action time pressed that has like a coordinate, and it would be screen space. Or we could give it, I don't know. See, p cursor accept. See, this is where things are a little weird. If we're accepting from the cursor, we want to hide the cursor. And we want to put the just for funsies, vector to, I'm going to say 100 comma 100, and then we're going to go over to theater. Let's get rid of loading, and we'll say vector to position equals vector to 0 by default. And so confirm direction. So when I'm confirming direction, it should change the position. Otherwise, it's going to be to the top left. So let's see if this works. Or confirm direction, I should say. Yep. Okay. So we can move it. So and this is a camera 3D, so it should be camera 3D. Camera 3D. Project position. No. We want to do the other way around. Unproject position. Returns the 2D coordinate in the viewport that maps to the given 3D point in world space. So unproject position. Actor grid cell. Okay, so this is the position. Vector 2. Position. Okay. Let's see if this works. And it's probably like gonna need to be offset or something. Okay, so that was totally wrong. Oh, you know what? It's so if we just pass the current actor, we can do this inside of there. And it would already know current actor, so we wouldn't even need to grab it. So we just go over here and we do this over here. And place this with game. And game. Okay. So let's do this. Vector 2i actor grid position. Okay. 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 So position viewport. Don't pass position. Okay. Position viewport. Okay. And project active grid cell. So that's not the world cell, so we have to say grid map page get node sent stage. This is grid map. And then this is vector 3i. Grid map world position equals map to local. So it's map to returns the position of grid cell in the grid map's local coordinate space. Local to map. Returns the map coordinates of the cell containing the local position. So actor grid cell. Grid map world position. Okay. Let's see. Now this should be global. So any of the actions should do it. If I got the coordinates right. Shit. Not quite right. Shit. Okay. Get good is right. No errors, right? No errors when we're running. Save but one. Okay, that one we can ignore. So it might be mapped to local. Might have that backwards. But I don't think so. That's way better. Let's go to theater and make the rest of these friendly human players. And just to test it, we're gonna move somewhere like right here. And then ends. Okay. I think right. So it can't always be, it needs to be where the cursor cell is. Yeah, okay. No, it's right. It's right. It's just that we're giving it the wrong it's using the wrong starting point for the cursor position. Okay, so if we use cursor position, which I don't think we reset at all, then it should be the same for everything, because before the circle was right where the actor was, because that's where we were using the actor's coordinate. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then if I do throw stone, I mean, I could go like this. Yeah. Oh my God. We are making video games. Holy mother! Okay.
It's alive.
You know, the cool thing about it too is it's updating every frame. So like you could rotate the camera and it would move accordingly. And I do feel like doing it this way for the mouse. If we just move the mouse, if we make the mouse go away and show that, doesn't matter where the mouse was when you pressed and held it. I think the correlation will be there, especially if we have a custom mouse cursor, which we haven't even set up. But right now, if I press and hold, interesting. So for the mouse, it's different because it's on release. What is causing that? Is action P cursor accept? Theater time passed. Why is it not? Why is it waiting until I release just for the mouse though? Let's think about this. Accept action visible false, return true. Now why would this, why would it? Magnetonics, how's it going? How's it going? Hope you're doing good. Why with the cursor? Why what is different about the cursor? Is action P cursor accept? What is different? Action visible false, so it should go away. Accept action timer. Time pressed. We're going to be doing some fun gimmicks. We're recreating the, right now we're just getting all the systems going really and building out a prototype. So we're recreating the Final Fantasy Tactics cadet mission. So, but once we kind of have this in place and we have all the interactions and like kind of all the elements that we need, the the systems for everything. Right now, it's mostly primarily interaction systems that we're working on, so UI stuff. But once we have those elements done, then we're going to start to pivot and start to get some really interesting abilities. I think we have an interesting mechanic idea that we want to explore. So unfortunately, what's going to happen for a while on the stream is my time is going to be split doing working on some other sort of implementation details, which may be fast and it may be slow. I don't know. But to get those mechanics integrated into the game, I don't actually think it'll be too hard. Mostly the idea of limiting quantities. So if you could imagine, so like in a tactics game, like in Final Fantasy Tactics, you had like potions and stuff. So you had a certain quantity that you would carry. And at least in the early game, there's a chance you could run out. I've been working on this we're in October, right? So 10 months on and off. Yeah. So 10 months. And everything's kind of just starting to come together. At least for like a kind of a prototype, I guess. Yeah, I imagine this might be 2 or 3 years to kind of finish up. But yeah, if you're into tactics, that's kind of what we're going for, Final Fantasy Tactics style game. Right now we're trying to figure out why pressing and holding the mouse button for some reason. Also, what happens if we do this? Okay. Definitely don't want that. That kind of defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do here. Why is it on release? It's like held hostage. All right, let's set a break on that. But thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. This is what we're doing, though. This is our life. This is it. I mean, I did software, I mean, way back in the day, I did web development. Before that, I taught myself to program on an Apple II in BASIC way back in the day. But as far as game development is concerned, nothing prior to just kind of starting doing this stuff. And I would say that with Godot, I don't know. I think it's been like almost 3 years streaming on Twitch. And before that, I was doing Game Maker. I was trying that out. So that's where I'm at. All right, let's see if this mouse... We're curious if we're returning true here. And if we are, that's confusing. Only use the mouse. We'll see here. But this particular project, so now it returns true. Accepted action time passed. Okay, so we know the problem's further back. And we're calling this here when we're trying to move. Target move. So are we reaching this? Because we should. Let's see. But I've always been fascinated with game development. I've always been like really eager to learn about it. I've just never... This is kind of like my Harley Davidson. It's like my midlife crisis game in a way. I wanted to work in the industry since I got out of high school, but I just didn't have the support system to tell me that I actually could do it. And so I sort of just got to work at a job and just sort of forgot about it. And then I just remembered, hey, you really wanted to do this, didn't you? And I was like, yeah, I did. And then I talked to myself and I was like, hey, you should probably do this because you'll die and your life is over at that point. And I was like, you know what? You have a good point. I was like, I've got a really good point there. Okay, so accept action time passed. Is it possible that we're ending up in some sort of loop? Is it possible we're ending up in some sort of loop? Let's this is a good time for MGUI because we need to see. I just need to spit out. I need to see what is going on with the other side of this. So let's just make a window, or we could just add this to an existing window somewhere. Let's throw it into monitor. Let's see. Monitor. Yep, I was a Tetris guy. That was me. I was in the Soviet Republic. And I was like, you know, it's time. It's time. For Notch. Yep. Ghost Rider. Game, accept time press. Convert to double. We need this to string. If you want to learn how to do like real game development though, Dandy's a good one to follow. Dandy's doing C like C++. Building a game from scratch. Check him out. Let's see. We've got... So I'm just going to say... Time pressed. Like that. How's it going, Dandy? So we can get rid of this breakpoints here. Well... Russian mafia was after him due to Tetris contributing to the downfall of the Soviet Union. Yeah. Witness protection. Indie developer. Learning Godot. I'm okay. I'm okay. No way. Notch in the flesh. Exactly. I cashed out, got $1 billion. What was it? 2 billion? 2 or 3 billion? I can't even remember. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to work in my garage from now on. I'm a humble man. I'm a humble man. So, cat. That would just be a snack for Calvin if we did that. Okay, so time pressed to 0. So now if we go over here and we move. Huh? No, that's right. What's the problem? Greater than or equal to. See, this is. What is the problem? So. Finished porting my network library. I used J yesterday. I always call it Jai. So now my ADH brain is like, woo, time to rest for 6 months. You just got access to it. You're like, I'm good. It's like 12K lines of code. Took 6 weeks to port. Oh my god. I call it yay. Yai. Took 6 weeks to port. Jeez. What do you think of it so far? Pretty great. There's a few minor things that are annoying / harder than C, but the vast majority is 100 times better than any other language. Okay, but why is this only a problem with the mouse? If we're... Is it possible UI accept and P cursor accept are actually the same? And if so, why would that cause a problem? UI accept is space KP enter. Enter. What is KP? Oh, is that the keypad? Witness protection. I don't know why all of a sudden the rendering on my computer is eating it. I was trying to render frames is just tanking. Is it because we have something running? Yeah, my wife brings home the bagels. Yeah, I'll tell you. I mean, I'm definitely considering the next thing I do is going to be in C. If I can't, but so part of it is that we just made some good decisions. We bought our house after the crash in 2008. We sold it and moved somewhere else and then used the cash to buy a house outright, so we don't have a mortgage. So there's no mortgage. Yeah, you really can't. Yeah. Yeah, so no mortgage, blah, 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 blah. We had an eBay business. I had built this crazy database that allowed us to compete at a level that other people couldn't. So we were kind of dirty resellers, I guess. But we were able to do it in like a really effective and efficient way. But eventually eBay's just sort of changed everything so much that it's not even worth our time anymore. And then, yeah, my wife started doing like a bagel thing, and that's sort of going good. And I am the guy dragging us down right now. I make like, if I'm lucky streaming, you know, I'll make $50 a month. It's like, yeah. But it's going up when I get subs and stuff like that. That helps out so much. And then actually switching over to the way I'm doing ads now is helping a bunch. Who asked me that, by the way? Oh, you did, so you can hear this. So she has a bagel shop. It's not a shop. This is one of the things is we just make decisions that don't make us lose money. So we don't have a location. She's doing it as a cottage industry thing. And so it's out of the house. It means we can't sell like schmear and stuff. But it also means that our overhead is like real low. Yeah, I stay at home. I homeschool my daughter, so I'm a teacher as well, technically. But yeah, just good decisions, like as far lucky decisions, I guess. Well, being able to make the right decisions at the right time, as far as like buying a home when the crash happened, and then selling when we did, and then all that kind of stuff. But a big part of it was just knowing that. I mean, I knew that inflation was coming. I knew how it was going to be. I knew a lot of that stuff. And it's just from reading about economics and just like being able to like predict, well, if this, then this, if this, then this, if this, then this. You can call it a slippery slope, but it's not really. And so it's just like, well, we're going to be in for hard times for a long time. And this was pre-COVID. COVID wouldn't have changed anything, really. It accelerated it, but it was still going to happen. And then everything that's happened after that, it's only further made it worse. So, mortgage is the biggest hurdle. Once that's solved, you can do much more. Yeah, and I mean, it's just things like we don't buy new cars. We buy a used car for like $3,000 and then run it into the ground after like 10 years and then just do that again. So you're not dealing with like a car payment. You can put it on, you can just get liability insurance. So if the car gets totaled, whatever. But at the same time, there's highs and lows to it for sure. We're not wealthy by any means. If anyone had our income and were making the choices they were making in life, they wouldn't be able to live the way they would run out of money immediately. So, I mean, it's just like, just different choices and just kind of looking at life in a different way, I think, partially. And being lucky. I mean, if one of us got sick or something, that would totally change the equation. But at the drop of a hat, one of us can just get a shitty ass 9-to-5 minimum wage job and we'd be fine. Like if it ever came down to it, like we could start at the bottom. I don't think I would need to. I think I could maybe get a job somewhere decent. But it's just like we're able to just be with our kids all the time and it's hard to leave that. So at some point they're going to grow up and then I don't know. Art, how's it going? I can't get a mortgage because I'm unemployed. Feels bad, man. I'm going to have to get a job for a few months to get approved, then quit. That's what you do. That's the trick. Mortgages are so, man, just even buying a home, it's such a pain in the, it's so stupid. Art says, I find that C is very good at forcing you to learn about memory layout, memory and byte profiles, and pointers, among other things that help you understand the low-level functions of your program. And if you enjoy that sort of thing, it's a very fun to program in. Yeah. Yeah, Art, how's it going? Not been here in a long time. Yeah, let me do a shout out. Art is a C programmer. His whole game is in C, if I'm not mistaken. It's looking really cool. Mine is not. I'm actually in probably the worst language. I really wish as you learned more, you're like, well, maybe I should. I started messing around with C for the play date, and I was like, oh, I actually really like C. This is nice. C++ pixel editor for it. Okay, so it's C, but it's like C-like, right? Are you mostly only using, whatchamacallit? There's a lot of people who use C++, but they only use like one element of it. Trust me, you can't even imagine how bad the worst language is if you think C# is bad. The garbage collection thing is what kills me. Garbage collection, it's frustrating because like it's so much work to try to avoid it in C#. Like with structs, if you're not passing them by reference, no matter what, it's going to make a copy of it. If you pass a struct in a function, guess what? You just copied some memory and you made a copy of it. So that's really frustrating. But there's things like that. Trying to avoid garbage collection, it's like impossible. It's such a pain. And I mean, I'd like to like set aside a bunch of. I mean, eventually, I don't know. I'm so deep into this though that I don't think I could restructure it the way that I think I should. Unless I spend a good while refactoring. But there's like this weird, there's two paradoxes in programming that I've noticed, and that is if you don't have to worry about types, you're gonna worry about types anyways. And if you don't have to worry about memory, you're going to have to worry about memory anyways. Like, oh, it's garbage collected. I don't have to think about it. And then it's like, oh my God, why is everything chunky and this and that? And it's like, congratulations. And then if it's typeless, it's like, oh, I don't have to worry about types. And then what do you have to worry about? Types. And you end up doing the same thing that you would do if you didn't have that. And in some ways it ends up being worse. Yeah, my last job we had a C# engine we built ourselves, and 50% of the code was re-implementing the Dart and .NET framework in a way that avoids garbage collection. People forget that the code still runs on a computer, which still has memory. Yeah, and I run this game on a potato to make sure that it's running good. About programming. Yeah, I think you'll just like Art said, I think it just helps you understand memory better. Like for instance, like packing structs and stuff like that, like the order of your struct changes the memory footprint. And that's something that like some languages will do for free for you. But it's also important to understand like why that's happening. And there's stuff like that. Like how arrays actually work. Those are all things that are like astonishing. Like how the fuck sorry, I'm cussing. Like how a string even a thing, and like how that works. These are all things that are kind of like miracles that we're just taking advantage of. And like if you go to a language like C, you start to understand those things like way better. There's quite a few resources that I've come across recently for C stuff. The GNU C documentation, the C reference manual. There's the Stanford CS courses, and then there's also the what's the other one? The CS50, the one that everyone. Harvard CS50. So you can do this one for free, Although I'm beginning to see, like, now that I've seen this one, and the Stanford one's better. And then there's the C book, the one was written in the 80s. I have it here somewhere. Certainly helped me to do that for large programs. I think other languages like C# are better suited, but it is good for understanding, and the freedom is quite exhilarating. You can do what you want without a compiler complaining much for better and worse. Casey's intro to C in Windows is great if you want to have some 132 basics. Yeah, the debugging thing. I went out of my way to learn the history. That's the other thing about having C, like a C, being able to run like a good debugger. C#, you're really trapped in two. There's really only two debuggers that you're sort of like you're completely trapped to. Supposedly there's a way, if you compile AOT, there's a way that you can break out of that, supposedly, but I don't know how easy it is. I went out of my way to learn the history of computing. But Art, let me show you what's up with the game. Let me show you here. I'm just working on like interface stuff. So we got like the mouse cursor stuff, and then we can rotate with the mouse as well. So we got that going, and we just got some. See, there's this weird thing with the mouse right now where you press and hold, but it doesn't do anything until you release. It should as soon as that bar fills up, it should just work. So we're not sure what's going on there. And then we just got these little hit points values showing up on attacks. This guy's going to Mary Poppins across here because we don't animate jumps just yet. Went out of the way to learn the history of computing, etc., and help me understand what this thing is doing. I found it helpful. When I suggested I don't want to learn all that stuff, that was bad advice for me. Yeah. I always look for the history of stuff when I'm trying to understand it. Some of the most amazing information I ever found was in old papers and books. Yeah, I would say that's true for computing too, and for game design. If you go back in time with game design, you realize how little has actually changed. I also took the time to... Actually, you might even recognize that it's gotten worse. Took the time to learn a little bit about how it physically works, and that's helpful. These guys remind me of the Lego Knights from my childhood. Yeah! Yeah. These are cute little guys you can use. Anybody can use these. These are... not Kinney assets, but these are, I always forget the guy's name. K-Kit on itch. In before Lego lawsuit, seriously. K. Lewisburg? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. So this guy's got, no, hang on, that's a bad link. Let me go to his actually view all. This is what you want. Nathir's laughing at me, so I got it wrong. Way wrong. Yeah, they got this cute little adventures, and if you plunk down some change, you can get these dudes as well, and then actually the Blender project as well. But he's got a bunch of cool little things, like if you're just wanting to prototype something. He's got a little city builder collection here. Very adorable. Very, very adorable. It's good stuff.
the dungeon stuff there too. Like he's got all these trinkets. Like this is just stuff you need to fill a game in. Look at this. He's got a freaking what's the chest that's the monster in D&D? I can't even remember. Just all kinds of cool stuff. And then the walls. He's got the where's the walls? Where's the walls? I think this is it too. It has the walls. Yeah, so you can do like oh, look at that. Mimic, that's what it was. Yeah. All kinds of cool stuff. Main features. Yeah. Okay. Sure. So, the game is, so everything is running through. So for the AI is, okay. Whenever you do anything in the game, so if you select a move position or an attack or anything like that, the game queues that up into an animation queue. So there's an animation queue. So the game's data is just that. And anytime that data changes, we send a message off to the animation queue to be like, hey, make it look like the data, basically. The AI is actually pretty straightforward. I could show you that almost all in one screen. Kind of. Not quite. How many lines are we? 489 lines. No, 200 lines for the AI. So the AI is using a utility score. And so the AI is pretty straightforward. What it does is it goes, and for the current actor that it's AI turn, it takes and scores it takes an ability and it tries every move position and every target coordinate that could be done from that ability and gives a score for it, and it keeps the highest score for each ability. Then we weigh the utility score after that, and a number like you could think of it as a weight value on a number line between 0 and 100, and we roll the dice between 0 and 100, and wherever the dice land, where that RNG lands, that's the ability that's the thing that the AI is going to do. The AI still needs a lot of work. Yeah, I mean, from the game design standpoint, it's real straightforward. There's abilities, so the game works as the rules of the game work. You can move and attack, or you can attack and move, or you can attack and not move, and or you can do neither, right? So that's like the core of the game. There's an ability system that allows you to target. Based on the ability, it's like a physical attack, or it's a ranged attack, or it's a heal, or it's an AoE, that kind of thing. And but once this prototype is done, the main thing that we're going to be moving towards is if you can basically imagine, kind of like XCOM, but not really. Imagine that you're like in a shootout or something, right? You've got a certain amount of ammo on you that can do damage. Maybe you've got a weapon that's like a gun that's like a close range gun. So if you're targeting somebody far away, the chance of missing is there. You have a certain amount of ammo. So you've got this like really powerful thing on you, but it's also like limited in its quantity of a resource to engage in with. And then maybe you've got a guy who's like a sniper, that kind of thing. So it's sort of XCOM-ish, but we're not going to have anything like Overwatch or anything like that. But that's what we're going to be messing around with, is the idea of like limited quantities of, you could call it ammo. We don't know what it would be yet. Ranged combat, but also close combat as well. But a focus on range. And just kind of this push-pull of like taking a risk, putting yourself out there, and like because it's going to change it into like a targeting thing, and like can you hit that target or not. Worst elevator pitch. I misunderstood the question, all right? Says me. I've been trying to come up with a game idea for 17 years, still drawing a blank. Yeah, so then... so imagine different ammo types, and imagine instead of ability tree where you're, learning abilities or something like that, you have. It's more like your weapon. It's a relationship between you and your weapon. Originally, we were going to do a whole Norse thing, but we're kind of moving away from that once we started thinking about these game mechanics. And so your weapon is your thing that you sort of upgrade and grow. That's the tree. Is like, oh, I'm going to put a new scope on this thing. And then there's a plus and a minus to doing that. Or I'm going to change, like, I love this, like, my character handles this kind of weapon, but there's a different one, and it has some sort of, like, major pro or con to it. What is the game idea overall? Will there be some connecting story? So, I mean, once we sort of go it down the gun thing... Okay, so this is all just talk. But basically, we're like, well, what about, like, Space Cowboys? And so, I mean, if you could just imagine Firefly and the idea of, like, traveling to different worlds and getting jobs and that kind of thing, and then there being some overarching plot line with that, that's kind of what we're talking about right now. But... the story stuff is proving difficult without having, like, a real solid game thing. So, yeah, getting the prototype done is, like, the important thing, and then we'll go from there. So the prototype is really just recreating Final Fantasy Tactics, because what we're keeping from Tactics 100% is isometric, grid-based, turn-based combat where you target cells and then something happens. I haven't seen Space Cowboys. No, I haven't. I haven't seen Space Cowboys. No. I've seen what is it? Aliens and Cowboys? Cowboys and Aliens? Cowboys and Aliens. Seen that one. But a lot of what I'm talking about is stuff that's not implemented. The idea of ammo and stuff like that should be really easy to implement. But then other aspects of it will require entire, like, UIs and things like that. Actual Cowboys in filmed, but I liked it. Can recommend if you like Eastwood. I like Eastwood. I actually like his directing too. I like the films that he directs. I know it's not everyone's taste, and some of them get kind of attacked for having, like, I don't know. I see a lot of film critics criticize it for, like, libertarian something or another, but I think he's a really good director, actually. The Changeling is, like, it has one of the most chilling, like, scenes of someone being hung. Not that I watch a lot of people getting hung, but it is just what I would have to imagine it would actually be like to witness something like that. That is, like, that has stuck with me. He did direct Space Cowboys. Well, then I gotta watch it. Yeah. Haven't seen The Changeling. Oh, man. That is a bonkers movie, too. No, The Changeling is good. Honor Droid, thanks for the follow. Changeling is good. And then the two pairings of Flags of Our Fathers and then Letters from Iwo Jima, those are like bookends to each other. So I don't think it matters the order you watch them in. But it's the Pacific battle from the perspective of the Americans and then the Japanese. And so there's some connection there, but really it's the Flags of Our Fathers is more about being used as, like, being a soldier and sort of being used as a tool for propaganda, and just sort of like
the disconnect between people who are in combat and come home. Yeah. So it's a good film, but it's kind of a bummer. It's a downer. I think a lot of his films are downers, though. What other ones do I like? Those are the ones that stick out to me. But yeah, he's an interesting director. I'm trying to think of like cowboy movies. I actually think I'll be watching a lot of samurai films to get inspiration, because the like spaghetti westerns were really inspired by like Kurosawa and a lot of the like Ronin and samurai films kind of influenced the cinema of. I mean, if we're doing cowboys, we're just gonna go full hard on with hard on. We're just gonna lean into tropes and stuff like that in some regards, especially if you're just gonna throw them in space. Might as well. Yeah, no, his films have this like they kind of get under your skin. Those are the kind of movies I like, where you keep watching them and you sort of get something different out of it. No, I love movie. I love cinema. I don't have anyone to talk about with it, so it's but yeah, there's a lot of like there's a lot of movies I like that I don't know that I don't know. But there's certain movies that I'll tend to like lock onto and just watch it more than once for sure. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like anime at all. I do like the Miyazaki films, but not the ones that everyone tends to like. Like The Wind Rises is one of my most favorite films. That's another one that takes place during the war, the Second World War, and it's like if you know anything about like, oh man, it's one of the best anti-war films that I've seen, because it doesn't show the war at all. It just you witness the ramifications of it to a country that's not even being really. It's not even facing any of the like its borders aren't there really, and yeah. Before I started doing game dev, I used to collect DVDs and watch films as I painted. Grave of Fireflies. Yeah, that's another one that's in the. I haven't seen that in a long time. The English dub is awful. I remember that being really bad. The dub. But I haven't seen that in a long time. That one's a rough one. But yeah, Wind Rises is one that like the ending crushes me, man. I can't. Because it's like this weird movie about a guy who's just trying to make something like he just loves he just wants to make like something beautiful, and he's tasked to make a machine for war, and like, but he doesn't see it that way, at least in the film. I don't know the guy in real life, how he saw things or anything like that, but yeah, it's let's see. So, back to what I was doing. So we have this weird bug. Now, I mean, we could just say, I could just, as out of curiosity, I'm just going to subtract just a little bit. Just take a little off the tip here. Just do that. Just subtract a little here. And just to see if there's something weird about us dealing with floats, and something about the cursor, the mouse button press. I don't know.
I haven't seen Grave of Fireflies in a long time though. Yeah. It's got to be something so stupid simple. But what? How about I print out... I think you go back to my own bugs, but I'll lurk. All right, Art, thanks for hanging out. I always miss your streams. I'm sorry about that. But I'll try and catch up with you sometime. Yeah, dude, if you want to exchange like movies, I wouldn't mind that at all. I'm always interested in watching like a good movie. I could send you a message with all my faves. I was a weird kid. I was like really into that stuff. I think taking video production really helped appreciate a lot of that too. Okay, so now if we bring up our debugger here, time passed false. So let's see. Move. Both are true. What is going on? Is there something about mouse presses that I don't understand? What the hell's going on here, guys? Like, how is this possible even? This is one of those weird ones. MD Suitor, how's it going? The Day of the Jackal. That's my recommendation of the day. Alright, I'll check it out. Ooh. All right. Yeah, it looks good. If you're interested, my recommendation is Art. If you're still here, it's a Japanese film called Good Morning. Is it good morning? I think it's good morning. What is it? Let me see if I got the right name. Japanese film. Is it good morning? Yeah, it's called Good Morning. It's from 1959. What's going wrong? So, okay. Let me run it down with you here, Johnson. Here's what we got. So we've recreated the sort of Destiny style the cursor hold and press and hold thing. I already got me very interested in Flags of Our Fathers. It's on my list. Good morning too. I do like classic Japanese cinema. Yeah, no, cool. Okay, so what's going wrong is so we're checking for two possible actions. One is called UI accept, which is just like you're pressing whatever the accept UI accept button is, which is on the facing buttons. It's the one on the east. And then also, if we're holding down the left mouse button, we run a function called accept action time passed. And what that does is it basically counts, we get a count of how long the button has been pressed, and we're filling the circle for that action, basically. And then as soon as it's met the the length of time that it needs to fill, we return true. Otherwise, we're returning false. And meanwhile, we're just we're drawing that circle in the viewport. That part's not important, but we're drawing that circle in the viewport wherever the cursor is. So you get that like Destiny style thing. Now, here's the weird problem. The weird problem is that if we're pressing and holding the UI accept button, as expected, once the timer has been filled, we return true, and the action is performed. But if we're pressing and holding with the mouse, and this is the condition right here, if we're pressing and holding with the mouse, it's not until we release the mouse that it does its thing. Now, I am using is action here instead of is action pressed because we're collecting these events inside of the unhandled input. Holy cow, 10-hour stream. Oh my god, I didn't even realize I was going that long. But for some reason, if we're using our mouse, then it's only when we release, which is even doubly confusing, frankly. It's only when we release. So here's what I think might be happening. This is only firing once when we do it with the mouse. And the release is in action as well. So press and hold for the mouse button is a different thing. And so this actually isn't firing every single time like I'd think it would be. Yeah, I tried that. So let me just test that idea. So if we do a print here, we could just do the print stuff. So this is for targeting move. Right line, pressing. So I suspect that we're not going to see pressing print repeatedly if I press and hold the mouse button. But if I did that with the keyboard, we would. Let's see. So this will happen on move, if I'm not mistaken. So if I choose a move position, I'm just going to tap it. Yeah, pressing repeats. You see that? So now I'm going to clear out the prints. And then I'll press and hold. Yep. That's what it is. So I think just talking it out with Jotson helped me a ton. So yeah. Let's check for the mouse stuff, because maybe there's something different about mouse inputs.
Input. Event mouse. Button. Right. I get that, Mariano. We definitely... I needed his action. I needed it to repeat. I thought is action pressed would be enough, but I had to change it to is action for the UI accept. But before it used to be pressed. Because I thought that was like when you're holding it. So I could just yeah, let's not. So what we could do is just when we press yeah, I think this is UI accept has some like keyboard repeat. And that's why it's acting like I'm pressing it multiple times, but I'm not really. So just pressed, I could then put a flag out, and then check while that flag is true. Right. I only mark it as handled the minute that the time has passed. So just to test that theory, let me just write the code to test the theory. It's not going to be what I want. I don't know. We'll just make it pressing equals true. I don't really need an if statement either, technically, but pressing just to test this.
Okay, so we'll try this just on targeting move. This should fix it if this is what's going on. Okay. Now I'll try to get on these other actors here. Are these all humans? All right. Okay, so there's going to be a little bit of rewriting. I'll have to think about it. But that's what's going on. Okay, so once again, we'll try it with the mouse. Oh, look at that. The cursor popped up. Even though... That's weird. Ah! This isn't going to work either. This needs to happen on a process tab, if this is how we're going to do it. Because if there's no mouse motion or anything, then we'll never get a fire on the... Okay, okay. Alright, alright. Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay, let's think about this then. Well, if we have this universal accept and concept... Thanks, Justin. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I should probably stop. Let me check with the wife and see when she's coming home. Could you move it over to the other desktop? Thank you for not doing that. Okay. I can't believe I've been going this long. My kids have been out all day. When the kids are out, the papa will play. There's a lot of potential problems with like That's my wife. She just got home. All right, let's go ahead and raid out, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know how many people are here. 19. A good solid 19. All the bros and oh, Matt. Why are you the way you are? Why?
PK does some really cool stuff. Even if I don't raid PK, you guys got to check out PK. PK, we don't need commercials. We don't need Little Caesars. Did you saw? I know why it's happening, and I know what I need to do to fix it. I just need to come up with the best way. Not the best way, but a clean way to handle it. Not clean as in clean code TM, but just clean as in just a good way to approach it. Yeah. We got it. We got it figured out. So this is a cool cat right here. He's only got one viewer. We're gonna body slam PK. Yeah, no problem. Now he was working on a Godot project in C++, but he is not right now. This appears to be GDScript, so we can all make fun of him for using GDScript. I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. But he's a cool kid, and he's going places. He's going places. We need to teach him about framing cameras. This is not a flattering view. Like the targeting decal. Yeah, thanks, MD. Can't you just put the release in an else if? The problem is where I'm checking for. Your mom is trying to get a hold of you. Thanks, Mariana. The problem is that we're resolving whether the accepted action time has passed. It's not an issue of like if it's a release, has the time passed or not, and while we're holding the button down. So really, it's the detection of, are we still holding the button down? That's sort of the problem. So we're gonna have to kind of reassess how we're doing that. So that's the issue. So if I set a variable here when we first press the button, A button, so I set pressing to true, and we check if pressing is true and the time has passed, lo and behold, what do you know, it suddenly works. So with that knowledge, we can now sort of refactor the code to be a more logical and handle that more gracefully. The whole input system itself really needs some rethinking. So we're gonna deal with that. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and raid PK. I appreciate it. MD Suitor, thanks for hanging out. I hope I see you guys tomorrow. Much love to everybody out there. Stay safe. Be well. All that stuff. I will be here tomorrow. Not nearly as long, though. Don't get your expectations up that this is a normal thing. Everyone's commenting about how unusual it is for good reason. Oh, I did a shout out instead of a raid. Goodness gracious, let me do a raid. Here we go. PK fire. All right, guys. Gotta hit the button. 3, 2,